All right. Well, as you can see, I'm one half of the Xbox 2 podcast. And my name is Randall Thor 19. So, yeah. So I think this might be a solo podcast. I don't know. I'm here by myself. I'm not sure where Jez is, and I decided, you know what? I'm not going to make people wait any longer. So we got some things we need to talk about. So I figured, you know what? Let's talk about it. I'm sure when Jez gets in here, maybe he'll join the podcast. If he does, he doesn't. If you know, we do have some things that we definitely need to go over this past week. So yeah. Anyways, this is the Xbox 2 podcast, and I'm one of your co-hosts, the host of the show today, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And, well, I'm doing more than Xbox, because I've actually showed up to my own show. Well, technically, I guess the Game Awards wasn't their show, but I did more. I'm here. I'm making an appearance, which is more than you can say for Xbox last night, you know? So, anyways, I hope everybody is having a fantastic week. Although, realistically, it's probably a bad week for Xbox fans. Starts off the week with $70 games, right? Redfall, Starfield, Forza Motorsport. Xbox is like, hey, we can't hold on to these prices for much longer. You know, we got to raise them. And then ends the week off with nothing new at the Game Awards, and also the FTC sues to block the deal for Xbox Activision. So definitely a week to forget. A very bad week for Xbox and fans and everything along those lines. So we do have hopefully have a great show here lined up for everybody. I don't know if you want to bug Jez on social media to get him to join. Maybe he's just forgotten. I don't know. I did see him sort of fighting with John Littleman on Twitter, the dude from Digital Foundry, which is odd considering John Littleman is also a dude who literally cried and had depression over guys attacking him about video games and his tech discussion less than a year ago. Because he stopped using social media, and now he's attacking Jez because Jez wants the deal to get done. It's extremely odd out here in social media land. Extremely odd. You got pot calling kettle black and all this stupid stuff. But yeah, so thank you guys for being here. This is gonna be a one-man show until, you know, someone else joins, I suppose. But we do got some housekeeping to take care of here. This week, well, the Xbox 2 podcast is powered by... Oh, and looks like Jez is here, finally. I don't know. Let me see if he's... Normally we set it up where Jez joins, and there's something wrong with his mic or his audio literally every single time we do the show. So, he joined, and he hasn't said anything, which probably means something's wrong with his headset, or something wrong with his microphone, which is why I never actually press the go live button with the music until I actually... There we go. There's Jez.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking sorry, man.
I mean, you're on a different mic, by the way.
Huh?
Said you're on a different mic, sounds like.
Yeah, hang on a sec.
And this is why we always try to fix these things before the show starts.
Oh man, can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Yes, now you're on the proper mic.
Man, okay, so I got back to England, right? And all my entire studio, my entire setup has been completely disconnected from everything. So, but I didn't realize until about 5 seconds before we meant to go live. Oh man. And then yeah, I was trying to deal with all that. How long have you been live for?
Only a few minutes.
But also, Twitter wasn't giving me any notifications either, so I couldn't see what was going on. But yeah, dude, oh man, it's been a nightmare a couple of days. So really apologize to everyone in chat, and I really, God, but we made it. We made it here.
We're here.
We're an hour late.
We showed up to our show, which is more than we can say than Xbox did yesterday at the Game Awards, right?
Oh my God! Don't go there.
Oh, we will go there.
I suppose we're gonna have to go there.
We will. So, yeah, it's. I guess the first things first. There is Hades gameplay being shown. I figured, well, since Hades 2 was announced, why not show some Hades? World of Warcraft won the Patreon poll, but I think you said you didn't have time to play it, right?
Yeah, oh man, I'm really sorry about that as well. I did not have time to play World of Warcraft at all since we ran the Patreon poll. Yeah, have you done any of the housekeeping stuff, or we didn't?
We were about to do that. I was just gonna say, because I was gonna talk about the wedding. I was gonna wait till you got here to talk about my week, which I have not turned on my Xbox since Wednesday of last week. My headset is literally drained because there's no, like, I've had, I think, 10 people here at the house for over this whole week. So not only did we because we did the podcast on Monday, and that was great. I talked a little bit about the wedding. I don't know if did I mention this at all to you guys? I gave a speech at the wedding, or rather, my sister gave me a speech to read. It was a very interesting speech. It's not something you would like hear at a wedding. So I had to get up in front of everybody and say and like read it. But I tried to do it in my best YouTuber sort of like speaking voice, like speeding up when necessary, slowing down, drawing out the words, like taking people on a journey, which is what we do here on the Xbox 2. We take people on a journey. And that's what I did for the crowd at my sister's wedding, is I took them on a journey. I brought them with me as I read this poem, like I think it was called Scientific Romance or something. And, I don't have a fear of public speaking, even though I have really low self-esteem. I don't actually fear speaking in front of a crowd because I actually, despite my screwing up words here and there, I think I actually can speak pretty well for the most part. So after the wedding, when everybody was on the dance floor, I had like 3 to 4 people come up to me and ask me if I was a voice actor, or if my job was something in the act. Someone asked me if I was if I was a voice actor. Someone asked me if I did voice work for animated shows, all this sort of stuff. It was very interesting to the people, and like them being serious, like coming up and saying, "Hey, like that was really good," especially compared to the other speeches where everybody's just like reading flat off of a piece of paper. Welcome to the wedding, blah, 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 right? You're just up there reading your thing, you're not putting anything into it. So I thought that was pretty cool. But the rest of the week has basically been, since my nephews are here, and my brother's here with his wife, and my sister and her husband are here, it's just been crowded. We've just been hanging around and playing trains and Roblox, taking the kids to different places. So I haven't done anything. I've barely been online. I haven't been on the Xbox. I haven't played anything. So forgive me that I haven't played any game. I haven't played Callisto Protocol or Need for Speed Unbound or anything, which that's going to change because they're leaving tomorrow. So it's definitely been a week. Unplugged from social media. A lot of things going on the Xbox world. I kind of sat there. I'm like, man, I should make a video. I really should. And I still think I will. There's some things I still want to talk about, but it was like, I really couldn't because there was just, everything was everybody's here, and it's just like I didn't really have any privacy to actually do any of that stuff. So it's definitely been a long week, but things should be returning to normal tomorrow. So that's been my whole week, Jez, and I'm sure your week has been as equally great, or I guess bad, depending on anything else. Uh-oh. Now Jez isn't here again. He's always muting his mic at the wrong time.
Muted.
There you go. So yes, how's your week?
Sorry. I need to set up like a hotkey for muting this mic. So I got a hotkey in Germany for muting and unmuting, but yeah, my week was tumultuous to say the least. You know, there's still like there's a huge. It's just work stuff, really. You know, you might have seen some of it, sort of. You know, within the industry, lots of the big media companies are laying people off. So there's a lot of pressure at the moment with regards to budgets, with regards to targets. And, you know, there's added pressure from outside the industry and outside of work. And, oh my God, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, hopefully podcasts will be an oasis of calm and relaxation for a little while. While have a break from the pain and misery that's going on in the professional world. But yeah, man, I'm just sort of like I just really need a break. And next week I am having a week off. I'm having a break, first week off in a long time. So hopefully I'm just going to chill, play some games, maybe do some streams, chill streams with the Xbox community, give away some headsets, you know, from the stash. The headset stash, and hopefully rock and roll about it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we made it. We
did.
Yeah. I'm sorry to everyone how messy this show started this week, and it is completely my fault. I've been sort of my sleep cycle's all messed up. I've just been like having little naps here and there, you know, in between meetings, because like I can't just sleep in a single block because like got meetings and then I'm like super tired, so I have an hour's nap before the meeting and everything's all screwed up, you know, and traveling yesterday, God. But yeah, next week I'm going to reset, come back strong, and then be all good. And thanks to everyone who's been, you know, sending support. You know, some people, you know, might have seen me moaning on Twitter the last week, which is, you know, something that I often do.
Now you got beef with Digital Foundry, bro. You got beef with Digital Foundry.
Nah. I've been talking to Johnny Diebs, and I think it's just a misunderstanding. But yeah, no beef. There's not going to be any beef. I don't do beef.
No beef. Okay, well,
no beef.
That's fine. That's good. At least we reasonable adults can talk through things and come to an understanding. So
yeah, we got there in the end. But do we have any housekeeping to do?
Yeah. We need to get the show on the road. Get to these great topics. Should we start the show again? Should we start? All right. Let's start the show over. Okay. Yes, that's a good one. So here we go. Ready? 3, 2. What's going on, everybody? This is Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And I am here, one of your co-hosts of the Xbox 2 podcast. And with me, as always, the managing editor of Jez Corden. Managing editor of Jez Corden. Oh my God, I can't speak. And yet I had people come up to me at the wedding saying, man, you sound like an actor. Managing editor of Windows Central, the one and only Jez Corden.
Yes. Hello, everybody. We literally just restarted the show because we screwed it up, and then you screwed it up again.
Yeah, I screwed it up again, yes.
Anyway, right, the ball is rolling now. That ball is rolling and rocking and rolling. And we've got a cool show coming up this week, and lots of drama in the game world this week. Game Awards, Xbox skipping the Game Awards, FTC wanting to block the deal, and yeah, oh my God, what a whirlwind week! Everything's all whirlwindy right now.
I know.
I need something to mellow myself out. I need a Valium or something.
Yes. Well, we're here, which is more to say.
no.
We're here, which is more to say than what Xbox did last night at the Game Awards. So we showed up, and we're gonna put on a good show. So, yeah, and let's not waste any more time. We've wasted enough of the people's time. We started this way later. Hopefully, Jez, you're taking down the timestamps or whatever. I know that's probably
Yeah.
going to be a hassle, whatever. But let's get through some of this housekeeping so we can get to these amazing topics. If everybody do us a huge favor, make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new. We're almost at 90,000. I would appreciate it. And make sure you share this out on social media to let people know we are live. And with that, the Xbox 2 is powered by Manscaped. And I guess this is my turn. So, tis the season for clean balls. Fa la 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 la. Did you really have to put that in this, Jez? Really? You like making me sing on this? Okay, fair enough. Whatever.
There's emojis. You meant to sing that part. There's little
Like
note
what, like,
emojis in the
fa
read.
la la la, like that? Like, do you want me to actually
No.
sing?
Like, fa la 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 la.
All right, there you
like
go.
that.
All right, yes. So let me start it over. I'll read it, and then you do the singing part. Tis the season for clean balls.
Fa la 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 la.
Our friends at Manscaped are helping you clear your driveway for safe travels this holiday season. From stocking stuffers to gift exchanges, Manscaped's products are at the top of every wish list. Grab some crop mops for your pops, or the shampoo for your boo. Be the star of gifting season and help all the men in your life go from eggnog to nice hog this December by going to manscaped.com and using code XB2 for 20% off plus free shipping. Don't abandon your balls like Xbox abandoned the Game Awards this December. And thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Okay.
Brilliant.
Was it
That's
good?
really
That's good.
great.
All right.
Rand, I just want to drop a personal endorsement there because Manscaped actually sent me some of their new body wash and shampoo 2-in-1 conditioner, and I have to say, I ain't someone who really bothers with personal hygiene generally. I just buy the cheapest shower gel on the shelf, you know. And then this like Manscaped package shows at my house, and it's like shower gel in like a matte black aluminium container, like something you'd see at like a high-end barbershop or something. I'm just like feeling all premium, lathering up my balls. There's an image for you. And that image could be yours for 20% off with code XP2. Manscaped. Oh, God. It's good stuff, man. It's
good stuff indeed. Good stuff indeed.
Very lovely.
Yes.
That was very lovely.
Dude, Dead Planet says that was more painful than the Game Awards. Not gonna lie. Really? Oh man. You didn't like my. I was trying to do that. That voiceover dude in the trailers where he's like, in a world where everybody's dead. You know that guy.
In a world where everybody's dead.
Yeah.
But they have shaved balls. No. I don't know, but yeah, that's Manscaped for you. What's the next bit? What's the next bit of housekeeping?
Well, we got the Patreon producer this week is Achievement.
Shout out to Achievement.
Shout out for Achievement for supporting the show at the highest level. We greatly appreciate it. We are very sorry for missing your question last week, which we were going to get through this week. That was my fault. It was sort of hidden. I didn't really see it. And make sure you guys do follow Achievement on Twitter. He's a great dude. And I think he also wanted us to, at least last time, he wanted us to point out that Sean LeBrie made his Twitter avatar, which is pretty damn awesome. And Sean LeBrie is the best. So, yeah. And Jez, we do have some shout-outs before we get into the rest of the show. So why don't you go ahead and do that?
Shout-out time. Patreon shout-outs to our lovely Patreon supporters. Thank you so much again. We've got Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, It's Firm 28, Macazilla, Stegsman, Randolph 419, Dillis, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Matt Salinas, Catriox, Bright 101, Jasper Shapp, Cares Jordan. Oh, that's my evil twin, Kez Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox International, Justin Dwell, Frank Marino, P Bro King, Ace T, and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wuggerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 1-1, Darren Torpy, Professor JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KBZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you all so much once again for supporting us and everybody else in the Patreon credits scrolling across the screen. We've now figured out a method for updating that dynamically from Patreon using the power of Microsoft Excel and the text. Oh, what's it called now? The text function and the amazing Microsoft Excel
is it constantly updated?
Yeah, it's updated every week now.
Oh.
Really easily. Just download the CSV and upload it through this spreadsheet, and it outputs all the text into the text file. It's amazing. Excel is so good. People have made games using Microsoft Excel, right? Whole games. It's crazy powerful, that app. But anyway.
Obi wants
is that it?
Obi says, Rand, say my name in your Batman voice real slow like. Xbox Obi. Yeah.
Maybe we could make that a Patreon tier. Get a personal ad read of your username.
that'd be real funny. That'd be funny.
Clickerm44.
Planet.
No, Rand's voice is deeper than mine.
Yeah.
That means Rand's got bigger balls than me.
Mm.
That's why Rand needs Manscaped.
So anyways, moving on from that, because right now I have an empty house. That's right. Finally, for the first time in literally over a week, I am by myself. Thank the Lord, because everybody went downtown to go visit Navy Pier for the holidays. So I don't have my 7-year-old. I love them to death. I love my nephews, but young kids scream at the top of their lungs all the time. I don't know how my brother and my sister-in-law are able to handle that constantly. It's just kind of whatever, but it's just like it's just nice and quiet. It's just me and Shakespeare, which, by the way, Shakespeare has to have surgery in February, which is sad. He's got like a bump. He's got like a bump growing on his side, and we took him to the vet, and it came out as like a cyst or whatever, but not cancerous. But they still want to remove it just in case. Kind of a big bump. So he's gonna have surgery in February, and he's also lost a lot of weight recently. I don't know why. Like, we actually feed him. He eats quite a bit, but for whatever reason, he seems to be losing a lot of weight. Leaky Hum says Navy Pier when it's raining in Chicago. Well, it's their last day here, so it was either today or never. So obviously they want it to go, but yes, there's nobody here. It's nice and quiet, and we got to talk about Xbox and everything that happened this week. So, Jez,
we don't have enough pictures and videos of Shakespeare.
We don't. I mean, I don't really do social media regardless, anyways. So there's probably not enough.
I'm cool for social media.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just whatever. Maybe I should take more pictures and videos of Shakespeare, but I haven't played anything in over a week. I haven't turned on my Xbox. I don't know if you have. Do you have any more thoughts on Callisto Protocol or anything else before we get into the main topics of the show?
Nah, we talked about Callisto last week, and I haven't had time to play it more. But it's the first thing I installed when I came to the UK and set up my Xbox and plugged it all back in because it was all disconnected and unplugged and stuff. And it's the first game I installed because I was like, I just kind of got a craving for it. It talks to me, man, figuratively speaking. But yeah, I don't hate it, but I still don't recommend it at full price. Other than that, I haven't had time to play anything this week. I had to try and get as much done as I could before I came back to England and go on vacation for a bit. So I've been sort of trying to get out my assignments and do all that stuff. But yeah, I barely played anything this week. Have you played much?
Like I said, I haven't turned on my Xbox in a week. My headset's basically
because
dead.
Family.
Yeah, family's all here, but that's going to change. The first game I'm going to play is Callisto Protocol. I'm going to get through that, check out some Need for Speed. But geez, I don't even know. Well, I mean, we have some super chats here to get through. The fine people supporting the show through this. We have one from Space Dovakin that says, "Hey guys, happy Friday. Y'all think Xbox pulled from the TGAs at last minute, or they simply didn't have anything to show? Love you guys." Well, I mean, that's going to be its own topic, and I mean, I have my own theory about what's going on. So we will definitely be answering that question when we get to it. Garuda says, Jez, nice ratio on John from the Digital Ponies. We got your back, brother.
Oh
So-
man, I feel bad about that stuff now. Like I just kind of like I don't know. I just kind of like the way it kind of plays out sometimes on social media. You can't like really sometimes like when people's writing style and you read it in your own writing style, it comes across as like sarcastic almost and condescending and stuff. And I don't know. So I took it that way, but I don't think he meant it that way. And we talked about it in DM a little bit, and it's all good. There's no beef. There's no ratio because I deleted it. But I do appreciate people who supported and stuff because it did come across as a bit mean,
Yes.
But people were upset, Rand. People were upset with me because I called Bernie Sanders ignorant on Twitter.
Well, I mean, his tweet was pretty. His tweet had nothing to do with like anything. His tweet was just like, what was his tweet? It was like
ignorant.
Well, it was just it was the same thing with like Elizabeth or Senator Warren. It was just like, what does this tweet have to do with Microsoft, the Activision, and the video game industry? Right? Like I didn't understand because it didn't really make any sense. Like let me bring it up. Let me find if I can find it.
He was plainly ignorant. I don't think what I said was controversial. The dude was ignorant. Politicians are generally ignorant of the video game industry. I don't think the people got mad because I guess it's Bernie Sanders, who's very popular and stuff. But I'm sorry, what he said was ignorant. Speaking analytically, purely analytically, it was ignorant. But loads of people were trolling me, calling me a fanboy, and saying I was emotional over it. And it's like, you're damn right I'm emotional. StarCraft is riding on this. StarCraft is riding on this.
Did he delete the tweet? I'm on his Twitter page. I don't see the tweet. I mean, I don't know. Maybe do you see it anywhere? I don't see anything from Bernie Sanders from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to use my keyboard, Rand, because my keyboard in England is really loud. It's really. I mean, do you want to hear it? Can you hear that?
I mean, yes, I sort of hear that. Well, let me see.
It's very loud. So I try not to type when we're doing this show with this keyboard. I need a new one. The keys on this are too damn loud.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a tweet from him. I don't know if it's on like a different account or I'm on the wrong account or something.
I don't know.
But anyways, yeah, he had this weird take where it was just like had nothing to really do with, I don't know, anything. Like especially had really nothing to do with what the merger of Activision and Blizzard is really about or something. I would need to see the tweet, but anyways, Jesident DJ says you're on the wrong Twitter account. I figured as much. I typed in Bernie Sanders and I saw the one that popped up, but I guess it wasn't the right one. Does he have a different one? Oh, okay. Maybe it's his maybe there's a personal one.
Right.
Let's see. Oh yeah. He said, I applaud the FTC for moving to block this merger. In sector after sector, a handful of giant corporations control what is produced and how much Americans pay for their products. We must stop this dangerous concentration of ownership. This is a step in the right direction. What does that have to do with video games? And what does that have to do with anything regarding like whatever? Like I understand this deal needs to be scrutinized because of how big it is, but like what does this have to do about a handful of giant corporations control what is produced and how much Americans pay for their products? Like what is that? I don't understand. Explain it to me.
This proves what we've been saying, that the whole reason behind blocking the deal is pure ideology. Sure. Everything he said there is ideology. He's like ideologically, is that how you say that? Mm-hmm. I'm doing a rant now where I'm second guessing what I say. But ideologically, if presuming that's the correct pronunciation, I'm a bit tired right now. But if he's saying like it's nothing to do with whether or not this is a good deal. This is to do with the ideology of stopping consolidation, rampant sort of blanket application of clueless ideology, because there is situations where consolidation is a bad thing.
Sure.
And Bernie Sanders fights against this, right? Cable companies, Ticketmaster, like he's tweeted about all this kind of stuff before, Bernie Sanders has. So it's like I said, literally in the article I wrote last week about it, that they are applying that ideological sentiment and projecting it onto the Xbox Microsoft Activision deal unfairly. And that's why, like, I think Microsoft is totally right to be confident, because if it does go to court, it's going to fall apart like a sandcastle, you know. A sandcastle and with a wave of legal.
What, a sandcastle with a wave coming about to destroy it? Is that the analogy you wanted to use for this?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what happens to sandcastles. They just get washed away by high-powered lawyers or assault water.
So,
in this
I guess did anybody else, chat? You can answer this by saying like yes or whatever or no. But like when this got. When the news came out on Thursday that the FTC was suing to block the deal, was anybody else just breathe a huge because you realize that this is just going to be a topic that everybody literally is going to talk about until this whole thing clears up? It's like never ending, right? Like people were sending it to me. And they're like, you're going to make a video out of this? And I'm like, well, maybe I would, but like, I'm literally have family, so I can't. And I just sat there and I thought to myself, oh my God, we probably got another year of this. And then if it actually does go to trial, I know it's not, they didn't file it with the federal court to block it or for some injunction or whatever. I'm not a lawyer. So like, if you want to hear a lawyer talk about this, make sure you check out Hoaglaw. Hoaglaw does an amazing job, but like, I think it's going in front of their FTC's own court system. I guess they have their own court system or something. So it's not actually going in front of the actual like real courts in the U.S. because I feel like this is all just for show anyways. This is just basically the U.S. government or the FTC showing that they're doing their best to curb big tech because big tech is running rampant and we got to shut them down. So the FTC had to block this because if the FTC is trying to sue to block the stuff with Meta and the VR stuff, well, then they absolutely have to try to stop Microsoft, big bad Microsoft trying to get, Activision Blizzard. So to me, this more seems like just keeping up appearances. Like they have to do this to make it seem like they're actually being hard on big tech. And the fact that they didn't file it with the actual court system probably says that they know that the courts would they lose. So yeah, I mean we got a lot more to say on it because there was more things that happened, but either way, let's see what else we got here. We got Supernova with the super chat that says, is the story of Death Stranding 2 will be centered on how Jim Ryan delivers the lie to the FTC and the CMA? Crying, flying, dance moves, and dying. Jim Ryan. Garuda says, Jez, screw anyone who gets upset with you. If not for you, we know nothing about Xbox. We all appreciate what you do, and it's always in good faith. Yeah, Jez, don't miss. Obviously, we have a lot of people here that listen to the Xbox 2, whether it's live on YouTube or later on YouTube or, listening to it on Spotify or iTunes or wherever you listen to it on your podcast apps, but Jez prepared you for this moment a few weeks ago when he said that he had heard that Xbox was not going to be at the Game Awards, or at least they didn't have anything new to show, because they definitely showed up with some advertisements for Game Pass and a Ninja Samsung TV ad, which I definitely said that they would be there with a Game Pass ad. And I do recall, Jez, you saying that, and a lot of people jumped you for it. A lot of people said that you were wrong. We had talked about why would Xbox not be at the show, and we had speculated as one of the reasons that maybe it's for the regulators. I don't particularly believe that, but people had ran with this Jez says they're not going to be at the show because of regulators, but that's not exactly what we were saying. You said you heard they weren't going to be there, which ended up being true, And then we speculated a whole bunch of different reasons why they might not be there, but people didn't really listen to that. They just like, oh, it's this, and that's the reason. But as usual, if you listen to the Xbox 2, you're well informed on what Xbox is doing or planning on doing in the future, right?
Yeah. I mean, Idle Sloth put that out there that I said that they'd have a muted presence, but I asked him to walk it back because I wasn't 100% sure if that information was completely accurate, and I didn't want to go out there saying like expect a muted show if it ultimately turned out not to be true, because I wasn't sure about it. But I guess what I did here was true, that it was going to be a muted show. I kind of wish Microsoft themselves had just come out and said it, like, you know, because sometimes Aaron Greenberg has done that in the past, where
he's done it. He's done it in the past for previous VGAs. He's done it for E3s. He's managed expectations, as it's said, but this year they didn't say anything. And sometimes people let their imaginations run wild with them. You know, they think like, oh, this new game's going to be announced or what have you, and then they basically end up disappointing themselves when they come up with ridiculous scenarios. And when those ridiculous scenarios don't happen, they are upset at Xbox. But, I mean, I didn't think it was a ridiculous scenario to think that at least Redfall, of all games, would show up. Supposedly that game's releasing in 3 months. You would think, like, wow, this is like the last big show before you're launching a brand new IP. Maybe it'd be a good time to showcase it in front of however many millions and millions and millions of people watch the show. And they didn't. And we'll definitely, because I don't know. I think there's something going on, and I'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah.
Ball Thanos says, "Who's your daddy now? Who's your daddy? I don't know.
Manscaped's my daddy.
Yeah,
20% off with code XB2.
Flame says, Jez was on the run from Al Pacino and Bill Clinton.
Oh man, you know, I haven't actually watched the show because it's on at 2 in the morning. No, it's on at 2 in the morning here, and I just travelled. I did wake up in the middle of the night and have a quick look at some of the memes and stuff going around. But my experience of the Game Awards is entirely through memes right now and the trailers. So that's I haven't done my research, unfortunately. But the memes coming out of that show are hilarious. Like that Bill Clinton kid is just, I mean, disregarding the fact that it shows a major need to have a rethink of the security of the show, potentially. That's the kind of random stuff that happens at like the Oscars and becomes a meme, right? It's almost like the random chaos of that happenstance legitimized the event in some weird way. I don't know, but yeah. Indeed.
We also got one here from Ermic LVT. Says, thanks for all the both of you do, fellas. Jez, you're good people, man. Just keep being you. Any chance we get some Xbox show before January 1st? No, I don't think so. I think here's the thing about Xbox. I think most people need to come to a realization on is that most people at Xbox literally take the entire month of December off. There's like nobody like working. So usually that's usually why like nothing really happens in December once the Game Awards is over, because everybody's on vacation. And they take long vacations, like a month. So the earliest something could happen is sometime in January, because everybody's about to go on vacation, you know, celebrate the holidays with their families and stuff. It's just kind of the way it is. Yeah, VK Andrew.
I think that's a good thing ultimately.
Yeah,
we all need time off. I think
everybody needs times off, but you know, no time off for the Xbox 2. Because I was sitting there and I was
be here on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
What are the Fridays? What are the Fridays this month? So yeah, we got Friday the 23rd. Is that Christmas Eve?
No, it's Friday the 24th is. Yeah, we still got the 16th, the 23rd, and 30th. I think one of those weeks, one of those Fridays, we just need to get like a group of people just to talk about 2022 and what they expect for 2023. Because I'm not sure.
Like a panel.
Yeah, like get a bunch of people on, like whether it's the 30th or the 23rd, maybe both days. Because I don't know what we're going to be talking about in 2 weeks, because the video game industry is about to go super quiet. Although there's always a chance more Activision, everybody's favorite subject in the world, keeps on popping up, right? I'm sure.
My dude, man. Like, you can't say that anymore. You can't say there's not going to be any news because every time you say that, it's like a curse. Every time you say it's going to be a quiet week, there's new FTC Activision news. I literally said that on Slack to the team. I said, like, oh, it's probably going to be a quiet week this week. And then look what happened. Look what happened. It's a curse. So don't say it's going to be a quiet week, Rand, because you'll jinx it.
Well, you know what? I don't want it to be a quiet week. I want lots of things to happen. Many different things to happen. Not the same thing in just different ways.
Oh, please, no.
Yes.
Please.
Don't you want to get insane traffic on Google?
No, I don't. I'm tired of exposure. Everyone's really mean online.
Well, yeah. Social media.
When I'm mean to Bernie Sanders.
Social media was a mistake.
Maybe.
Social media was definitely a mistake. VK Andrew.
Might not have met if it wasn't for social media, bro.
That is true. So social media, plus all of our amazing listeners on the Xbox too, who are all great people, every single one of them. We love you guys, and we hope you have a great rest of the week as well as a wonderful holiday. You guys are, when we talk about social media, we don't mean you. We mean all the mean people on social media.
Yes.
VK Andrew says, "Love you guys. Ignore the Twitter bullies." That's the thing I gotta tell about Jez is like, bro, you just need to just let it go. You don't see me really. I have a lot of people muted. I've been finding. I don't know if you've been seeing this lately, Jez, but I'll be reading the thread. Like last night, after we got done hanging around with the kiddos, I was just browsing a thread. I think it was Miles' thread. I know Miles was here earlier, and he was at the VGAs, and he said the energy was really good. But I was like, he said something, and I was like reading through the replies, and I just noticed somebody had me blocked. I'm like, what is this? I don't even know this person. Almost every single day when I read through someone's replies on something, somebody has me blocked. And you know what it is? 9 times out of 10, it's a person with a Joel or Ellie or Kratos avatar with a PlayStation header on their Twitter profile that has me blocked for whatever reason. I'm just like, I don't even know this person. Like, did I offend them in some way by some of my comments about something? Because I was just sitting there looking at them like, who are these people? Why do they have me blocked? I don't know. Do you ever like find that when you go through social media?
Honestly, no.
No?
Because I've already blocked everyone who might block me.
Oh,
block them first, man.
You block them first?
I block them first. Preemptive blocking, bro.
Okay.
Try it.
I don't really block people. I do block people if they have me blocked. I mostly just mute because it's just like, I just like imagining them trying to tweet me and I never see it and they're just like yelling at a wall or something. So, shout out to Wagerman, who I believe was also at the VGAs. He says, glad to be able to listen live. With so much releasing next year, are we going to see frequent small showcases or are we going to just get wire posts? Yeah, Xbox does love their news wire posts, don't they? They love to do that. But no, I do believe we will see more shows next year. I think the time of Xbox relying on, all right, guys, we're showing up to E3 and that's the only thing we need to do, are done and over with. I don't think that works anymore in this day and age. It certainly doesn't work when you have literally 5 first-party games releasing in the next 6 months. You can't. You need to be able to showcase those before they release. And they did hire people for that. There was that position for like head of programming or whatever it was that Tina Amini, former EIC of IGN, got hired for. So I think we'll be seeing some more shows than just the E3 show. It's time to just be like, all right, we need more, not less. And Arigato, sir, says, sup guys, what's your opinion on Xbox showing nothing for the VGA? Most of the games shown were games that are releasing January through June, and 2 of the biggest games Xbox is supposed to release made a no-show. Yeah, well, that is going to be a big discussion point when we get to it, because I believe you wrote an article pretty much about it today, Jez, did you not?
I did indeed. I wrote a quick sort of rant. I didn't think about it too much because like I wanted to like put down my real thoughts on paper, right? So I didn't really think about it. I didn't really structure it or do it like, because I thought I'll water it down if I think about it too much. So I just sort of hammered it out as if it was like a long tweet, basically. And yeah, so I think it resonated with the mood right now. I put a bunch of tweets in there from like Chloe Brilla, I should say. I pronounced that wrong. Ryan McCaffrey and Destin Legary and Paris and stuff like that, So I think there's definitely like a sort of a general sentiment about Xbox right now. But we're gonna get into that in a bit.
Yes. Iceburn 98 says this year's Game Awards basically a PlayStation showcase sponsored by Samsung and Game Pass. I mean, you ain't wrong. Although Elden Ring, of course, the true game of the year, showed up and won the award it deserved because it was Game of the Year. Those of us who had finished the game know that it was the true Game of the Year, So, Achievement...
I'm going to finish it someday.
Yeah, someday. Achievement says, Callisto ray tracing is now fixed for Xbox. Well, I think they said they were going to fix it, so it's nice to see that the game's patched and ready to go for when I actually play it. So thank you guys for beta testing it for me. And he also says, I can't believe I wasted my vote on Bernie in 2016. Hacky Sack says, if you have interest in voice acting, talk to Fonz. Yeah, my good buddy Fonz has been doing some voice acting. I don't really have any interest in voice acting. I was just relaying a story of how my sister, who was like, I want you to like stand up and read something. And I'm just like, really? You want me to like get in front of everybody and read something? Like, I'll do it, And she's like, yeah. And then like, they're at the front of the thing, at the, in the mic. And they're like, no, the first reading is from Matthew. Brother of the bride. And I'm like, okay, well, I get my piece of paper out with the thing on it and I stand up and and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna read it. And they're like, oh, no, come up to the front. And I'm like, for real? I'm supposed to? And then like I get up to the front, it's like, no, stand in front of the mic and read it in front of everybody. I'm like, I didn't know this was supposed to happen. I thought I was just gonna stand up and read something. I didn't know I was gonna get in front of the whole class and read this, So I was just like,
I honestly think like if you wanted to explore voice acting, we know people, right?
Sure.
I think you should give it a go. Like guys, do you think Rand should give voice acting a go?
Nah, no.
I want to see that.
No.
Yeah,
it was just nice. It was just nice to see people come up to me and say that was really good, and you're very talented, and oh my god, are you an actor? Like it was. I've number one, like nobody's ever said that to me on this podcast or in my comments of my videos, right? So when people come up to me and they're like, "Oh, that was really good. Do you do this for a living?" And I'm kind of like, "Well, I mean, kind of in a way because I do YouTube,
well,
like."
I mean, you got to think, right? Like you're a hugely growing YouTube channel, and you host a popular podcast. You can't do that without having some oratory ability, right? I would have thought. So yeah.
I mean, I think there's plenty of people on YouTube who don't have the oratory ability. They're just, I'm just saying. It was nice that other people be like, hey,
we don't use cameras.
We don't use cameras. Because
we don't use cameras.
Because
so
if we did,
all be voice.
Because if we did, instead of the 1,000+ watching right now, there'd be like 10 people watching.
That'd be silly. They'll come to see me at least. Yeah. We balance each other out.
True. There's that.
Oh man, I like. Did you see the picture I uploaded yesterday of my beard being all messed up?
No, I didn't.
I called it. Yeah, I posted a picture on the train and my beard just being absolutely crazy. I went at it with clippers today. I've reduced it back, cut it back down a little bit, tamed it, trimmed it a little bit. I really want Manscaped to start making beard products. It's crazy that they haven't started yet, But anyway, that's enough beard talk. What's our next?
We got we got Hacky Sack says, oh wait, I read that. Infinity DOK says, from the sounds of things, Microsoft are having an emergency investor meeting next week. Do you think investors will demand Microsoft drop the deal? Is this confirmed, Jez? Do you know if this is true?
I don't know about that. I'll investigate it. I have been speaking to some people who are sort of like at Activision and on background and stuff like that. There's still a high degree of confidence that the deal's going to go through. I think the fact that it isn't going to federal court and it's just the sort of the FTC's little mini court or whatever is kind of like a symbol. It's like emblematic of the fact that it probably would get shut down if it went full blown to legal proceedings, right? So it's almost like they're just posturing and they want to get the concessions down on paper. They want to feel like they've done a good job and they want to justify how much they get paid and stuff like that, We got a word for it in England. I don't know if you use this word in America, but like busybodies, we say. People who just sort of like they're sort of like maybe their job doesn't really, they feel like their job isn't justified, so they go over the top with sort of crossing every T and dotting every I kind of thing. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but it does feel ridiculously unnecessary in a lot of ways. But maybe also it's not completely unnecessary, because I think it is useful for the FTC to send a signal to big tech that they aren't going to just allow the free-for-all that we've seen in the past decade, the free-for-all that's led to things like Google's search dominance, which actually is harmful, or Facebook's social media dominance, which arguably is harmful, So maybe they're just whipping this out as a sort of test case and just sort of a signal or whatever, but, we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out at this point. But we are going to talk about it a little bit more in a little while because it is a central topic. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, buddy.
Let's see. Like emergency investor meeting. That'd be interesting. I guess we'll find out. Richie Torres MMA says this all smells of suits with an axe to grind. See, this is why I can't be a voice actor, because there are so many times where I screw up words. That's what I get for being in voice therapy for years. And with an axe to grind, Jez, can you say this word? Ideological, whatever. And politically.
Ideologically?
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
Ideologically.
Ideologically. Yes. Ideologically. Yes. Skull Terrace K says Xbox needs a break from no exclusives all year. Logic Bomb says, why is a Togi 1 and 2 $20? Will it ever go on sale? There's times where maybe like one time out of the year where maybe it goes on sale, or games like that might go on sale. I don't know. It's a weird game to bring up.
I've never played a Togi.
Neither have I. I didn't play it either. Dead Planet says Xbox is ahead in strategy and behind in marketing. Yeah, well, there's been
that is a pretty solid take, to be honest.
Yeah, good old marketing.
There's no other way of saying it.
Good old marketing. Justin says, since Jez is yet to complete Elden Ring, Rand, when are you going to finally complete the game of the decade, Witcher 3, and its DLC? Keep up the great job, guys. Yeah, I do need to.
Hang on a sec.
I do need to.
Hang on a sec.
Witcher.
Hang on.
What?
You give me shit for not completing Elden Ring.
I give you shit because
completed The Witcher.
Have you completed The Witcher?
Like 1,000,000 years old.
Have you completed it? No, you haven't.
Yes.
No, you haven't. No way.
I literally reviewed it.
Out of all the games that you've played and all the games that you never finished, you mean to tell me one of the games you actually finished was Witcher 3 and all the DLC?
I reviewed it.
Mm-hmm. You want me to, if I go and look through your profile?
I haven't done like all the side quests and stuff, but yes, I reviewed the bloody game. Bro,
what'd you give it?
10 out of 10, I think.
10 out of 10, masterpiece, just like Cyberpunk 2077. Somebody is a CD Projekt Red stan.
I didn't give Gwent 10 out of 10. I didn't review Gwent.
It's a card game. It's a 0 out of 10.
Well, it's no Hearthstone, let's be honest.
Everybody's loving that Marvel Snap. Have you played that yet?
No, like I got like tons of PR for that, and I kind of thought this game's going to be pretty big, but it's just like if I can't even keep up with Hearthstone, which is based on my favorite IP of all time, I ain't gonna be able to keep up with Marvel Snap, which is about Marvel, the lamest IP of all time. No offense to everyone who's a Marvel fan, which is like literally the whole planet. But yeah, I just thought there's no way I can keep up with this. But it sounds like it's really fun. Like a lot of people really like it. Have you played it? Or are you just like turning your nose up at it because it's not a hyper realistic walking simulator that
Oh,
just
you,
'cause the
you know,
models
I
are-
got Jez to admit, guys, that Hellblade is not a walking simulator in the DMs. It was great. I won, and he never
No,
he never
you
had
didn't.
anything. Yeah, I did. I totally did.
When?
Read the DMs.
I think you're mixing realities again, buddy.
No, I'm gonna expose you. I'm gonna
Oh,
expose you.
is it because I said that it has combat or something? It's got like 3 seconds of combat. It doesn't
3
count.
seconds.
It doesn't count.
Now you're just making stuff
It's like-
up. You're just lying.
No,
You're
it's
lying.
like-
You're lying like the FTC lied about the
combat.
EU, the EC or whatever. You're lying like them. Although it is more probably they just, yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Let me expose you a little bit here, Jez.
Can you not? I've been exposed too much this week.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I won't expose you. But I got Jez to bait. I used his Jez's own logic against him, and I won that argument.
It really hurt. Yeah, that really hurt.
Yeah, it sure did.
It really hurt my emotions. Oh, that reminds me. I don't know why, but for some reason, I just randomly realized I got my Nintendo Switch here in
Mhm.
England. You know what
Okay.
that means?
No, what does
I
that
can
mean?
buy Pokemon Scarlet.
Why would you want to play that though?
What do you mean?
I mean, why would?
Game of the Year sold 15 million copies in 5 minutes? Game of the Year?
Yeah, I
Probably win
suppose.
Game of the Year next year. No?
No, definitely won't. Definitely won't. Maybe it wins like best game under 20 frames or something.
Yeah. I think like for next week's Patreon gameplay vote, although we didn't do the vote this week because I didn't have time to record World of Warcraft gameplay footage. What I'll do is next week I'll put World of Warcraft in there, but also I'll put Pokemon in there.
Ew.
Because Rand, what if people vote for Pokemon?
Nobody
How do you
will
feel?
vote for Pokemon.
We'll see.
And I feel bad that we let people vote and we aren't
and you're gonna
providing what won, but hopefully people are understanding. Elementapio says if Rand can do a good Christopher Cross, then he's got it made. And Matthew Barrow says Peppa Pig is the best game ever made and should have been game of the year. There you go, Sloth. Rand had to say it, and now you can tweet it. So, yes, I guess that is true. Geez. Highlander says, I hope this bites Sony in the ass if they try to acquire somebody. I got the email last night for the investors meeting next week. It's short notice. Well, I guess that's happening.
Okay. Man, I need to look into that. I'm not a Microsoft shareholder, contrary to what some people claim. So, are you a shareholder, Rand?
I am not a shareholder.
Are we shareholders?
No, I am not a shareholder.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes I feel like maybe I should just get like one share just so I can get in on those investor meetings.
Yeah.
Something.
So then you can.
I don't. You need like a minimum amount of shares to get on.
I don't know, but then
investor
you
meetings?
can say it every podcast. Be like, well, I also should make mention for full disclosure.
Technical reason.
I am a shareholder of Microsoft or whatever, right?
I own $20 of Microsoft shares.
I want to let everybody know that I own 5 shares of Microsoft.
Oh man, 5 shares of Microsoft would be worth quite a lot of money. I think it's probably like worth $2,000 or something. What's Microsoft share price these days?
No, that'd be 1,000. I think they're low. I think that's like $230 right now a share.
$245 for share.
Yeah, there you go. Get
Dude,
5 of them. $1,000.
When before I was a journalist, right? A long time ago, right at the start of Windows Phone 8, I thought, you know what? I should invest in Microsoft. You know what the share price was back then? It was like $30. So, but I was just like, nah, I won't bother investing. That's a dumb idea. But if I'd invested in Microsoft at the start of the Windows Phone 8 thing, like just anybody at all, I would have had like 10 times returns by now. Oh man. I hate those kind of stories. You always hear these kind of stories like, oh man, I had 1 Bitcoin back in like 2005 and I sold it for $20 or something, or I bought a pizza with it. And then now it's like, oh yeah, 1 Bitcoin ended up being worth like tens of thousands of dollars. Oh man. There's a tangent for you. Investor tangent.
Investor tangent.
Yeah. We are not financial investors here. Financial advisors here on the Xbox 2 podcast. So anything we say here with regards to money should be ignored very aggressively. Very, very aggressively. BSIGG says it's the annual shareholder meeting.
Okay.
But I guess the topic du jour will be Activision Blizzard. Most likely.
Yes. So let's talk about the Game Awards. Let's talk about what was there, and then we will talk about, I'm sure, what everybody wants to hear, our thoughts about Xbox at the Game Awards, or more, appropriate, why Xbox didn't bother showing up. So, I know you didn't watch the show, so I'm going to go over quickly everything that was announced, and then we'll talk about Xbox. So, there was a Dead Cells Castlevania crossover, which is pretty cool. Something you wouldn't expect to see. Vampire Survivors is getting a mobile port, Jez.
Yes, it's already live, I think.
Yeah, it's already live.
Right,
it's free. You can play it on iOS and Android, so you can take your addiction on the go. Valiant Hearts Coming Home is a mobile game that's, I think, exclusive with Netflix. They finally announced the PC port of Returnal. PlayStation actually had quite a bunch of announcements here, and a few of them were announcements of their games coming to PC. I wonder if some PlayStation fans are still pulling their hair out over the fact that Sony is bringing the whole slate to PC. So Returnal, which is a great game. In fact, you could make an argument that Returnal is the best PlayStation exclusive this generation. You really could. Because just looking at the ones I've played, I haven't played Horizon Forbidden West because I haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn, so whatever. But I played most of the other exclusives. And you can make an argument, in my opinion, that I want to say I almost enjoyed Returnal as much as I enjoyed God of War Ragnarok. I just didn't enjoy God of War Ragnarok as much as I enjoyed 2018. I think you can make an argument that Returnal's the best PlayStation exclusive so far this gen for them.
That's high down praise, man.
I loved Returnal.
I was really close because I got an email from Sony again saying you've been selected to buy a PlayStation 5. Because I got PSN and all that stuff. But I mentioned before that I was locked out of my account because I had two-step verification on a phone number that I don't have anymore. That's how long I hadn't used the account. And so I was like, I couldn't sign in to even reserve a PS5. But someone at Sony reached out to me on Twitter, and they helped me fix my account, which was very, very kind of them. So now I have access to my account again. But if the games are coming to PC, now I'm just increasingly more inclined. You know what? I'm just gonna upgrade my PC. Because I do have those space constraints, and honestly, Sony does pretty damn great PC ports. Like a lot of people, I remember when Horizon, the first one. What's it called? Horizon, not Forbidden West, the first one. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But when that came out, the first Horizon game, a lot of people complained that it had poor performance on their PCs. But I never thought that. I didn't benchmark it or anything. But it ran completely great for me on the RTX 2070, which I suppose at the time was a higher end card, but by today's standards, it's probably very much not a higher end card. But what card have you got, Rand, in your PC?
I have a 1080. I have my PC that I only use.
1080?
I have a 1080. Yep.
Why are you so like? Man.
Why do I not play stuff on PC?
If I was you, right, and I had all that space, I would just have the most beefy, ridiculous RGB light show gaming PC. And you're just here with your 1080, 1060, whatever.
I mean, yeah.
I'm disappointed. Disappointed. You could be in the PC Master Race, Rand, what do? You forsake it. Do you not like Gabe? Do you not want to play Portal RTX?
Actually, no. I have no desire to play Portal RTX and no desire to play games on the PC. So that's just the way it is. So what else we got here? We got Hellboy Web of Weird, which was announced as well.
Cool, man.
They showed off a little clip of Horizon Call of the Mountain, which is their VR game, coming at the launch of PSVR 2. Post Trauma was announced. Viewfinder for the PlayStation 5, which looked pretty interesting. Kind of reminded me of Superliminal. Atomic Heart had a new trailer, which looked pretty crazy. I'm really looking forward to playing that in February when it comes out on the 21st. Scars Above had a trailer that is releasing on February 28th. That's the other thing. Like, so many games coming in the first half of this year. It's freaking
crazy.
Like packed. Relic Hunter's Legend. Among Us is getting a new mode called Hide and Seek. After Us is coming spring of 2023 for the Series X and the PS5, Series S as well. Replaced, which I think was delayed from last year to 2023, showed up finally here with them saying it's 2023. We got to see a little bit more gameplay. The art style for it looks really cool. The kind of like 8-bit or 16-bit gameplay or art style that they have going for it. Street Fighter 6 showed up, show off some new characters, and reveal its release date of June 2nd, 2023. Although, with so many games kind of stacked against each other in March, April, May, and June, I would start to suspect some of these are going to get pushed, because Street Fighter is June 2nd, and then Diablo 4 is June 6th. And Final Fantasy 16 is like June 22nd. And Suicide Squad's May 28th or whatever, May 26th. It's just a ton of games. And normally, like, oh my God, we're going to be inundated with all this great stuff. But then eventually, always, the delays come, and then the games come out at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, I mean, which out of those could you see being delayed? Out of Diablo, Street Fighter, and Final Fantasy?
Well, I mean, you did see that article from Washington Post about the all the crunch that Diablo's doing, right? And how
I did see that.
Yeah, that wasn't very, very kind article to Rod Ferguson, and I don't know which. I mean, like, the thing is, like, Street Fighter 6 is a huge game, and maybe that doesn't really have a lot of crossover with Diablo 4. Like, all these games are big enough in their own right, where all of them can stand proud and be like, I'm not moving, you move. You know what I mean? Right? Final Fantasy 16, Diablo 4, Street Fighter 6, Suicide Squad, Resident Evil 4. Like, these are all huge AAA games that all have a built-in audience that can all be like, I'm not moving. I picked this date. I staked my claim. Here's my flag. Like, you move. Right? It's like the other smaller games that are essentially going to have to move. I don't know. I guess it just depends on which games are finished by that time. You know, I think... You know, and then not to mention, like, Xbox supposedly has a bunch of games releasing as well during this time frame, right? Like, Starfield's supposed to be releasing between now and June, probably in May or June, but now May and June are starting to get packed. So, you know, May, you already have the new Legend of Zelda game, and also now you have Suicide Squad. In June, you have Street Fighter and Diablo, and it's like, do you pack in a Starfield there as well? Like, at some point, it's just like, man, the amount of... Well, then again, it's like, I guess Starfield has the option to play it through Game Pass, so you don't have to actually spend the $70. But that's a lot of money, and, you know, people won't be able to buy buy copies of these multiple games, so some's gonna probably have to give. But we have maybe the surprise of the show, or at least one of the surprises of the show. Hades 2 revealed from Supergiant. I don't think anybody expected that Supergiant would do a sequel to Hades. I don't think anybody did. And I'm really excited. They don't do sequels to their games, but I mean, Hades was not only a Game of the Year contender when it released, is also very commercially successful. So now they're going back to the well, and I can't wait. I mean, they didn't announce it for consoles. They said it's coming to early access, I think, for PC, as they typically do for these games. I was a little bit worried this one will skip Xbox, but considering the first one was on Switch for, it was on PC and then Switch for the 1.0 release, I think, and then came to PlayStation and Xbox a year later. I have a feeling like this one will probably be everywhere when it leaves early access, because everybody's already be like, I love Hades, let me play Hades 2. Unless somebody comes in with a huge exclusivity check or something and is like, we want Hades 2 to be exclusive. But either way, huge
That's probably
surprise.
why they're like, they're still probably deciding, which deal to take. Because probably Sony and Microsoft have approached them and be like, yeah, we'll give you a bunch of cash.
But Nintendo, bro. I mean, indies usually go to Nintendo. I mean, Hades was on the Switch for a reason. I mean, Supergiant Supergiant went from releasing their games on Xbox, right, with Bastion, and then they went to PlayStation to release Prior and Transistor, and then they went to Switch. So I sort of think like they go to where it's very good. Like they go to they start with the platform that is in tune with the indies or very good for the indies. So back during the Bastion days, it was, Xbox Live Arcade, right? And then during the PS4 era, early PS4 era, Xbox had that clause, the parity clause. And they had a lot of issues getting indies to come to the platform, and PlayStation really was out here being like, we love indies. And Supergiant released 2 of their games first there, and then they went over to Switch. So they kind of go where the winds blow. So a lot of indies love Xbox now, Game Pass, and a lot of different reasons. So I would not be surprised if Hades 2 is everywhere when it launches. The other big surprise
maybe
is that is Judas from the makers, Ken Levine's game. Finally, we got to see what Ken Levine has been making, the creator of BioShock and BioShock Infinite. He put a new trailer out called...
that completely. I missed to check that out.
You missed, coming 2023 for Series X and S and PS5. And it looks like BioShock in space. So...
that sounds pretty good to me.
I'm super excited for it. We also had Bayonetta Origins, the Cersei and the Lost Demon, which was out of nowhere. This little, like, I don't even know, anime-ish kind of Bayonetta game. It was weird. Got a Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord for VR. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, which I am really looking forward to. I believe coming on May 26th, and they announced that Kevin Conroy is doing the voice of Batman. This was, I think, maybe his last role before he died, which is incredibly sad. When I watched it, I thought to myself, well, this is supposed to take place in the Arkhamverse. Like, it's the 3 Batman games, so Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City, and Batman Arkham Knight, and then Suicide Squad. But anybody who's finished Batman Arkham Knight knows how that ended. And I thought to myself, how are they going to explain that he's back for Suicide Squad? I guess I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Sony announced that The Last of Us Part 1's PC port release date, which is March 3rd. Star Wars Jedi Survivor got its first gameplay trailer, looking great. Cal Kestis looking a little bit ragged with the scruffy look. Next gen only, by the way, PS5, Series X and S, coming on March 17th. Like, bro, this early next year is off the chain. It's ridiculous with releases.
It's crazy.
I love it, though.
I'll be playing World of Warcraft.
This right now, I mean, just for for dated games, like Star Wars Jedi Survivor is my number one. Like, I cannot wait to play that game. I love the first game. We had
that is another game I need to finish.
We have a game here, Earthblade, from the creators of Celeste. It's releasing in 2024. Dune Awakening got a teaser for its pre-alpha, and also announcement that's coming to console, PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. Forspoken has a demo, and that game's also releasing early January. And, of course, Kojima. What would be the Game Awards without an appearance by Kojima? And he announced what everybody expected, that he's working on Death Stranding 2, which is very interesting because Xbox at their E3 showcase just brought Kojima out to say, hey, I'm working on a game. And then at the Game Awards, he's also working with PlayStation, but actually has a trailer to show. So I don't know which game is further along in development. I'm very interested in seeing how they sequelize Death Stranding. I actually finished that game, and I quite enjoyed it. I think I gave it an 8.5. Very interested to seeing how they follow this one up. And yeah, I know you got to Chapter 3 in Death Stranding and stopped, just like a lot of people. A lot of people get to Chapter 3, Chapter 4, and are like, wait a minute. And they stop playing that game. So now you know that there's a sequel. Does that make you more or less likely to go and finish that game? What do you think?
Yeah. Which game? Death Stranding?
Yeah, Death Stranding.
I mean, the Death Stranding's cursed for me.
It's cursed. Okay. Why is it cursed?
It's cursed because every time I try and play it, something happens, right? So I started playing Death Stranding on PlayStation, right? And then I got locked out of my account. And then I put my PlayStation in storage. And then Death Stranding came to PC, so I bought it again. And I started playing it, and I was having fun with it. But then the Complete Edition came out, and I got a code for that. And I ended up starting again because the Complete Edition, and I put that down for ages. And I was playing the Complete Edition, and I got almost back to where I'd gotten to on my PlayStation 4 version, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then my Steam Deck broke in the middle of the game, right? And the way my Steam Deck broke was really frustrating. It, like, all the wireless radios on it, like the network card exploded or something. Like, I couldn't connect to Bluetooth, I couldn't connect to Wi-Fi. So then my cloud data on the Steam Deck wouldn't back up. So I was just like, okay, well, it couldn't have been that far behind. So then I load up Death Stranding on my PC, and I've lost like 2 hours of progress. It's like the game doesn't want me to complete it. It's cursed. It's cursed, Rand. But yeah, I'm gonna try and complete Death Stranding one of these days. I really like. It's such a chill mood kind of game. You kind of have to be in the right frame of mind to be playing it, I suppose. You kind of have to like focus entirely on it. It's not a great game for multitasking. A lot of games I play these days are games that are good for multitasking. Like Vampire Survivors or Overwatch. You play 10 minutes, put it down, whatever. But I feel like if you play a game like Death Stranding, where you're sort of not giving it your full attention, something's kind of lost, because a lot of the atmosphere is in the music, the way the times the music kicks in, and almost like the cinematography and even the color grading and things like that. I sound really pretentious right now, but Death Stranding's a mood, and I will complete it.
We'll see.
Definitely complete it.
We'll see. What else? We have
Rand doesn't trust me, guys.
a
Rand
magic.
does not trust.
No, not when it comes to that. No, I don't. Magic shooter from EA called Immortals of Avium, coming this year to next gen only. There's a lot of next gen only games here, or current gen only, I should say, which is great to see. Tekken 8 got its first gameplay trailer. Cool. Nightingale had the PC survival game got a brand new trailer. Baldur's Gate showed up and is finally coming out of early access on August in 2023 this year. A new online RPG from Airship Syndicate is coming only to PS4, PS5, and PC, called Wayfinder. Fire Emblem Engage Expansion Pass showed up as well. Blue Protocol, which is an online RPG, got a new trailer coming out the second half of this year for Series X and S and PC. Remnant 2 was officially announced and becoming. I don't think it actually gave a date. It's just that it's coming, which I enjoyed Remnants of the Ashes, so I might be interested in playing Remnant 2. Transformers Reactivate. It's a 1 to 4 player online action game from, I believe, Splash Damage. And I didn't even know it was a Transformers game until they actually showed the name of the title because it didn't really seem like a Transformers game. Of course, it was entirely CGI, but whatever. Company Heroes 3 got announced for the consoles, so PlayStation and Xbox. Behemoth had a new trailer. The other team behind Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. It's coming to PC VR headsets, MetaQuest, and PlayStation VR 2. Sony then announced Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores DLC, which is coming to PlayStation on April 19th. We got a clip from the Super Mario Brothers movie, first clip from the Super Mario Brothers movie, which looked fantastic. Like, everything about that movie looks incredible, except I've come around, because at first, when I watched the trailer, that very first trailer, I was like, I don't really see what's wrong with Chris Pratt's voice of Mario. But the more I've seen of it, and now seeing this clip, it's horrible. I'm with everybody else now. Everything about that movie looks fan-freaking-tastic. And you have, like, the dude Michael Keegan, the dude who used to do Kay and Peele. Like, you can barely even tell it's him doing the voice of Toad. And, like, he's really trying his best as a voice actor. And then you just have Chris Pratt. It sort of just ruins the whole vibe and mood, Jez. You know what I mean? Like, how impeccable that thing looks. And then you got Chris Pratt's Mario voice, right?
Why didn't they just use Mario? The real Mario.
I don't know. They probably wanted to do star power, man. Chris Pratt. We got a Guardian of the Galaxy here. We got a Jurassic Park dude, right? We got a movie star for Mario.
Dude. Who should they have had for Chris Pratt then instead?
I don't know. Me.
That's Mario.
According to the people at the wedding.
You?
Yeah.
Can you do a Mario voice?
No, I can't do it.
You did it. Do it again.
Can you do it? It's me. It's me. No?
It's me, a Mario.
There you go.
Like that.
Hire Jez Gordon.
Yeah.
Or as Tom Henderson refers to in his articles, Jez Gordon.
I damned him about that.
Yeah.
Jez Gordon.
Jez Gordon.
Bless him.
Yes.
Bless Tom Warren. He's being very, very disruptive to the industry, Tom Warren. They don't like him.
No.
They don't like him. And I think I think the industry needs some disruption. I like what he's doing. Tom Henderson. He's a good dude.
We had a new game from 505, a new shooter with the likes of Chuck Norris, Danny Glover, Vanilla Ice, and Michael Rooker coming on March 28th. The version just basically, like, wow, we didn't even know. We didn't even know that this game even existed, and now it's coming on March, although the console versions are coming later. Focus Home Interactive had a bunch of games there, and one of theirs was called Banishers Ghost of New Eden, which I believe is from the Dontnod people. Yeah, that's their new game coming out late next year. Warhammer 40K.
I saw a lot of people said that looked good.
Yeah, Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, which, oh my god, I love Warhammer 40K Space Marine, the 360 game. I never thought we'd get to see a sequel, and now we're getting it. So I am so stoked. And then, Jez, your leak Crash Team Rumble finally get revealed. The Wampa League reboot or whatever. It's a new multiplayer Crash game. I think it's 4v4 coming to PlayStation and Xbox in 2023. And they
there's a couple of things I was worried about with that.
Which was?
I was worried that it was going to be a timed exclusive to
yes, you were worried about
Switch
that.
or PlayStation, because when I covered it originally, there was all the beta tests and the QA and all that stuff was not being done on Xbox. So I was wondering, like, oh god, is there even an Xbox version? So like I didn't want that to happen for my Crash Xbox fans out there, and also I was worried if it might get cancelled in the last 6 months, because I hadn't heard a damn thing about it. You know, so I was like, oh god, I've commented on this game, and honestly, I had no idea how passionate the Crash Bandicoot community is. By the way, just knocked my mic there. I want to shout those guys out. The Crash Bandicoot community has been amazing to me and really, really kind in DMs and stuff like that. I had honestly no idea how massive and passionate the Crash and Spyro fan base is, So I was worried, like I put this out there that Wumpa League isn't dead, and that it's Project Lava now or whatever, and so like a lot of people were sort of hoping on that information. I was like, oh god, what if I've like provided them with false hope? Because I was trying to find out new information about it, and I just couldn't. But thank God it's here, and it's okay, and it's on Xbox. It's all good. And it looks pretty cool, I think. Is it your cup of tea? You're gonna try that?
No,
Are you
no.
a Crash fan?
I'm not really a Crash fan. I'm not really a Crash fan at all.
No?
And I thought it was interesting that they literally panned to Phil when it was announced. They panned to Phil.
Why did they do that?
Well, because they look. I'll just say the times that they showed Phil during the show, he looked pissed. I don't think Phil was having a good day. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. It's just when they introduced Phil, when Jeff Keighley was like, "Hey, look at all the people that are here. We have we have Hideo Kojima's here." And then they're like, Phil Spencer from Xbox is here, and they showed Phil, and I don't know if it was just because he was talking to somebody or something, but like when they showed Phil the first time, he had this expression like, really, you had to shout me out, and now I'm on, like, he really seemed pissed that he was on camera or like being shown off. He just looked like he was tired of it all, Jez. He just kind of looked like he was annoyed. And then they did the same thing. They when they showed off Crash, they had a Crash Bandicoot come down from the ceiling, like a dude in a costume or whatever. And then they panned to Phil, like look on Phil's face, and it just was like Phil's face, just like he just looked like he was just having a bad time. I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, right? Phil had flown from Seattle to LA, which is not a trivial amount of flight. Where sometimes when you're tired, right? It's kind of like hard to fake it. I know, I sometimes like people come up to me like, are you angry? I'm like, no, like I think it's just my face. Sorry, it's just my face that's angry. It's not me. But yeah, he probably hasn't had the most fun couple of weeks, I think, with all this FTC stuff and all the stuff knocking off. But you know what else, Rand? One of the other big controversies about Phil, Kotaku said Phil's got bad dress sense, bro.
Yeah, I did see that. Kotaku loves to write some articles that just needle Xbox, don't they?
Yeah, like it's almost like they were like, okay, how can we hate Xbox this week? Well, they haven't done anything, so we need to make something up. Okay, let's attack wearing a fleece and a t-shirt. It's like, really? Is this where we're at now with clicks? And I bet you that article did really well. I bet you that article did really, really well for them, because it's sort of like it exploits the whole sort of the sort of what the hell is this? The fact that we're even talking about it right now makes it a genius article, And there's people probably listening to this who are probably going to go and click it, which is going to be Google's going to be looking at that and thinking, oh wow, this is getting a lot direct traffic because it's a controversial article, and that'll boost it up in the algorithms, and Google will put it in their news block, and then the cycle perpetuates. That's the way Google is transforming the media, unfortunately. So fair play to Kotaku, because they played the game and they do it very well. They do it very well, unfortunately, and Google rewards all of us for doing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So then we had, because we're coming to the end here, we had Lords of the Fallen with the gameplay teaser. We had a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 raid trailer. We had the DLC for Cyberpunk 2077 called Phantom Liberty. They teased that, and also Idris Elba is in it as well. And one of the big reveals of the night is Armored Core 6: Fires of Rubicon, which is From Software's next game, which is supposedly releasing later this year, although, usually From Software games end up getting delayed, so it's probably going to launch in the spring of 2024. And it's been quite some time since there's been an Armored Core, so it'd be interesting to see how people react to this one, considering people love From Software because of their Souls-like games and not because of Armored Core. What else we had? We had Wild Hearts trailer. That game's coming out in February. Final Fantasy 16 showed off a new trailer and got a release date of June 22nd on PlayStation 5. Diablo 4 had showed off a incredible cinematic with the release date of June 6th, 2023. Destiny 2 showed off a trailer for Lightfall, which is coming on February 28th. And that's pretty much everything that was shown at the Game Awards. And you'll notice what was missing, and that was basically something from Xbox. Because,
but Rand, did they not have amazing Game Pass trailers?
Well, I wouldn't even. Yeah, I mean, they're more or less ads. I'm gonna crumb in the super chat says it's a bit jarring to see Jez in a voice acting role. Name's way too close to the toss bag James Corden. Yeah. So
I almost want to do it for that reason, to reclaim the Corden name from
you
James.
need to reclaim it. You need to
I feel as though I'll be as polarizing though. I seem to be quite polarizing on Twitter, so maybe I'll be polarizing in showbiz too. I don't know. What do you think, Rand? What do you think?
You should do it.
Like, James Corden's still got a job. Someone must like him. Does anyone in chat like James Corden?
I don't think anybody likes James Corden, Jez.
People watch his show though.
Yeah, I think he's ending his show. He's ending his show though.
Oh, is he ending the show?
I think so. He's ending it sooner rather than later. So, anyways, big topic: Xbox skipping the Game Awards. You are right. They were there. They did show some things. They did have a Game Pass commercial with the new tagline GLHF, which at first I was like, "What the hell does that even stand for?"
Wait, what?
Yeah. Their new like whole tagline is GLHF.
Which is that?
It's like literally on like the thumbnail of their thing. It's their new tagline for Game Pass, which means
good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Which is,
are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Yes, go look at the trailer. It literally has it right in the middle. GLHF. Which
they've killed it though. No.
What do you mean they've killed it?
You can't take like a pop culture acronym and brandify it, because that makes it cringe. So now GLHF is ruined. No, I think. Why did they do that? That's super like fellow kids kind of thing. I don't know. That's what you say. That's what you say at the start of a Warcraft dungeon. That's the first time I saw GLHF was Warcraft. At the start of a dungeon, everyone was like GLHF.
Don Otaku says I forgot about Replaced and Party Animals. They're Xbox exclusives. I actually talked a little bit about Replaced. I didn't forget that. And yes, I totally forgot about Party Animals. That also had a longer trailer. Didn't really need that long of a trailer, but that also is coming out this year. But they had their Game Pass ad, which, I mean, it's an alright ad. I just don't understand the whole GLHF thing. There's a part of me that is like literally just sits there and thinks somebody got paid in a room, got paid lots of money to come up with this. And it's just like, why? I don't understand. It doesn't really. Good luck, have fun. It almost seems like you can question it, like good luck, have fun, rather than like good luck, have fun. I don't know. I don't think it's a good tagline. I really don't. I just whatever. No, it's just a Game Pass ad. But they also had a whole bunch of ads for Samsung. They even had Ninja shilling for the Samsung TV, cloud streaming stuff, which, someone like Ninja's never going to use that, right?
Maybe my TV's got that update now, actually. Because I saw they're rolling out to the UK now. Let's update my TV and see. I know you don't care about this, Rand. You really, really don't care. Will you even try it out? Do you have a Samsung TV?
No, I have an LG, the Superior TV. Although I do think it'll come to LG's eventually. I think they just have a marketing arrangement with Samsung.
I have actually confirmed that it is coming to LG TVs.
Okay, well there you go. But I mean, there's
an LG TV, you get an xCloud.
I mean, but the problem is there's no reason to use it. Like, my Xbox is hooked up to my LG, so like, why would I use it when I can just use my Xbox? It doesn't really make any sense. So,
yeah.
So Xbox did show. So Xbox did show up with a Game Pass ad with "Good luck, have fun," as well as ads for Samsung and be able to play cloud gaming on your TV without the need of a console. But what everybody really wanted, even though Jez Coordinates said a month ago that Xbox wasn't going to show anything, was people wanted new trailer.
Maybe they wouldn't show anything.
You basically told people it wasn't happening. Anyways,
I didn't know for certain, but yeah, it did seem that way.
Pushing Polygon says it's not for you. I mean, the trailers, sure, they ain't for me. Not at all. But I mean, what am I supposed to say that like it's for me? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to use streaming. I mean, what else do you want me to say? Cool for people that want to use streaming. Maybe it has a bigger audience. 5 years from now or something. It's I guess it's nice to have, but like it's not something I'm ever going to use. I don't know what you want me to. You want me not to mention that? I mean, Jez said asked me if I was going to use it. I'm definitely not going to. But let me come to the big thing about it, because a lot of people are upset, Jez. A lot of people are pissed off. People expected Xbox to have something at the show, gameplay-wise trailer, not ads for Game Pass, not an ad for Samsung streaming. They expected something from Redfall. They expected something from Starfield, maybe. They expected something from Forza Motorsport. They expected just something in general, considering Redfall is supposed to be coming out in 3 months. Starfield's supposed to be coming out by the end of June. As we know right now, there is no, currently there is no Xbox show before E3, so people are like, what's going on? We just went through the worst year in Xbox first-party history. You didn't bother to release any games, really, and now one of the biggest gaming events at the end of the year, when you can showcase your new games for next year, you didn't even bother to show up. Although I did think it was kind of funny that in their Game Pass trailer, they did say, wait for 2023. They didn't say wait for 2023. Yeah. They said get ready for 2023. Almost leaning into the whole wait for, right? Like, get ready for 2023, because they showed like a whole bunch of games in that trailer of things that were coming next year, all leading up to the idea of get ready for 2023. But that smelled too much like wait for 2023 for me, even though 2023 is going to be here in literally less than a month. So, people were expecting something. People were expecting Xbox to show something. They didn't. Phil and everybody's been saying 2023 is going to be big. They've been saying that since E3. People, I think, are tired of waiting. They're also questioning the marketing, because it's like, here you have this big event with hundreds of millions of people, or hundreds of millions, or however many people are watching, and it's like you didn't even bother to show up. So I'm gonna give you what I think happened, Jez, because there's the speculation that Xbox didn't do anything for regulators. They didn't do anything because they didn't want to rock the boat with regulators. I don't believe that at all. I don't think that's the case. I think because I told you this last night. I think I said to you, like, the only way this makes sense to me is about Xbox skipping this and not showing anything and pissing people off, because you even have Ryan McCaffrey, huge Xbox fan over at IGN, literally wrote an article earlier today. Xbox's Game Awards no-show is a slap in the face to players. Microsoft steps on yet another rake by ghosting the year's last big game reveal event. So, I mean, Ryan, not only did he go in on Twitter, he went in on an article on IGN, and I think I'll just read, he goes in here pretty good. I'll just read the last paragraph he wrote here. As 2022 draws to a close, allow me to draw you a meme with the words: Xbox players are Charlie Brown, Microsoft is Lucy, and the promise of big exclusives is the football. Yes, the pandemic affected timelines. Yes, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has directly impacted multiple Xbox exclusives. And yes, shipping games too early would be the wrong move. But the fact remains that Xbox now proudly counts 23 studios in its first-party portfolio. That this year is ending with exactly 0 AAA efforts coming out of Xbox Game Studios was tough enough to stomach for Xbox players. But for Xbox to show up to the Game Awards empty-handed as millions of gamers looked on is simply unforgivable. Microsoft is close to being out of goodwill with its audience. Any hope the company has of winning back the mindshare is it lost amidst a rash of mistakes during the Xbox One era is rapidly slipping through its fingers with no one to blame but itself. It's very harsh, Jez. It's a very, very harsh article. He even rated Phil Spencer on some of these things. He said, Phil, he would give an A+ across the board, but he said here, but from the perspective of the major exclusive Xboxes shipped in those 9 years, Spencer gets a D at best, and he's dangerously close to flunking at this point. So Ryan is not holding anything back, and I've seen a lot of this. I've seen a lot of this sentiment from big Xbox gamers. I saw Cloberl go in on the marketing. My feeling is
not seeing my article about it.
I didn't actually know you wrote one until we were about to start the show. I didn't actually see it because, like I said, I've been spending all my time with my family. Yeah. So
I did a great picture for it too that we're actually using as a thumbnail.
You did. So if you're asking for my opinion, I went into the show expecting nothing, and I was still disappointed. And I was gonna say that I'm disappointed because I thought at the very minimum, I thought we'd see Redfall. And as you know, I've constantly said, I love Arcane. I'm really looking forward to Redfall. So at least I thought we'd see that. And we didn't even get to see that. All we got to see was some cringy Ninja ad with Samsung and a Game Pass ad with a Game Pass ad with a motto that I don't really agree with, and ended with "see you next year." Whatever. I was like, this is very disappointing because Xbox has shown in the past few years that they love the Game Awards. They literally revealed the Series X and S alongside Hellblade in 2019. 2020, they showed off Perfect Dark for the first time. 2021 last year, they showed off the first 8-minute thing of gameplay of Hellblade 2. So you felt like confident that, hey, Xbox loves the Game Awards and they're going to show up with something. Considering finally they're going to have games in the first half of a year for the first time in forever, because that's always been something that I have lambasted Xbox for, of this idea of Xbox they seem to always forget that January through August actually exists. So for the first time in forever, we got a whole bunch of games coming between January and June. And I was like, all right, well, surely they'll be at the Game Awards, even though Jez told us they weren't, and we didn't believe him. And they didn't show up. So it's like, man, in a year where Xbox just disappointed people by not releasing a lot, it is kind of apropos. It is kind of fitting that they would end the year disappointing people by not showing up at the Game Awards. Now, what do I think happened? Do I think they were lying low for the FTC? No. Here's what I think happened. This is the only way this all makes sense to me. The only way not showing up at the Game Awards makes a lick of sense is if Microsoft was planning on putting on their own show sometime soon, like in January. Because if Microsoft this is my line of thinking. The only way you don't show up to the Game Awards when you have 2 new IPs that you need to market and put out that people have been waiting for, and people have been patiently waiting for anything new from Xbox since June, the only way you don't show up to the Game Awards is because you're about to have your own show. And at that show, you could show off Redfall and Starfield and some of the other things and date them, and you didn't show up at the Game Awards because, well, you were gonna people would just you show up at the Game Awards and then you would just show the same things at your own show. So the only way this makes sense to me is if Microsoft is planning a show in January where they can show off Hellblade, or they can show off Starfield, they can show off Redfall, they can date them with new gameplay, and we can know when these games are coming in the first half of the year. It's the only way this all makes sense.
Is that right, Rand?
I'm just saying, it's the only way this all makes sense to me.
That's a very interesting prediction, or what would you call it? Speculation. It's very interesting, very specific.
I mean, it's not specific at all. It's
pretty specific.
Okay. What do you think?
January show. XO23 in January. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying it's an XO. I'm just saying, look, they literally hired somebody to run their programming, to do all these new events that they were going to do, and it's just like it's time to do it. You got all. I don't know. It's the only way this all makes sense because you have a lot of disappointed people, and you're launching these games. How else are you going to show them? I mean, I guess you could advertise them on Twitter and just put out a tweet with a trailer that says Redfall's coming, whatever, because Microsoft loves to do stuff on Twitter. They love memeing it up and they love doing things on Twitter. But I think it goes beyond that. I think when you combine them hiring for that position for someone to do digital events and stuff, when you take the fact that they literally skip the biggest, event at the end of the year, and then you look and they don't have anything planned until E3 in June, and they're about to release all these games, something's got to happen. There's got to be a show that is coming really soon, whether it's January or February. That's the only thing, the only way in my mind any of this stuff makes any sense. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on at Xbox. I don't know why they would skip. I know Xbox likes to think that Game Pass markets everything for them, and maybe they're right because they have a game like Grounded. You have a game like Grounded that, has reached 15 million players, and they didn't really market that game. Game Pass and the quality of Grounded has done a lot for that game to actually, put it in front of people, and people have played it. So, I don't know. How do you feel, Jez, about them skipping? I know you wrote an article, so some of this will be regurgitated, but, what do you think?
I mean, I wish they'd have managed expectations better. It's like we said earlier. They've done it in the past. They've managed expectations. They've said, we're not going to have a big presence there, and the reason why is because we're going to have more to show a little later or something. It almost feels like, I don't know, it almost feels like an afterthought or something. Sill in chat says, didn't you guys see Aaron's tweet apologizing, indicating something's coming? And yeah, Aaron Greenberg did notice the sort of the discourse that was happening, and he did follow up and say, yeah, we're gonna have more to show very soon, to try and assuage people.
What did he exactly say? I like getting the exact quote, Jez. Here, I'll bring it up, okay? Right. So Aaron's exact quote was, because he tweeted out the Game Pass commercial, the GLHF thing, and he says, we have a lot planned to show and share about an incredible, exciting year ahead for 2023. Appreciate folks are eager to learn and see more. Timing is always key, but don't worry, you will not have to wait too long for what's next from us. So that's what Aaron said on Twitter.
Yeah, okay. Well, to me, that says pretty much what you say, that they are planning their own show. But I think, there was an unfortunate sort of, I don't know, confluence of negative happenstance that sort of turned this into a focal point of, frustration and disappointment on the behalf of Xbox fans who are sick of waiting. We're sick of being told to wait. We're sick of being told, wait for the next show, wait for the next show, wait for the next year, And I feel like this has been happening for years now. I feel like since, God knows when. I can't even remember the day because it's been so long, where it's just been like, well, Xbox is the company that provides uncertainty and disappointment from its first party. And, we're sort of third parties doing basically the heavy lifting. And I don't want to discredit some of the, the technical achievements across Flight Simulator and Forza, and, some of the important artistic games like Pentiment and As Dust Falls, which won an award, by the way. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want that stuff, and a lot of other people don't want it either. They want the so-called AAA bangers, That's what we want. And I feel like that's what we've earned, and that's what we deserve. And Microsoft has been delivering games. They have been delivering on feedback. Like, they got Persona, finally, and other stuff. But it's getting to a point where it's ridiculous that we're being asked to wait and wait and wait. Like, I wrote in my article, where's Everwild? Where's State of Decay 3? Where's all these games that were announced with CGI trailers, and we haven't heard a damn thing from them? Like when EA was developing the Dead Space remake, they were showing off assets, they were showing off animations they were doing, they were showing off all kinds of stuff to like bring fans along for the ride and along for the journey. I kind of feel like Xbox has a very old-fashioned way of looking at marketing cycles. I think the era of waiting for E3 to do everything, that's old hat, old-fashioned. We live in an era of early access. We live in an era of transparency. We live in an era of, you know, constant desire for information. You know, we have like a constant like feed of scrolling information, and Xbox just ain't in the feed anywhere. They only appear in the feed if people leak stuff. You know, and that's why there's so much interest in information, because there isn't any. That's why there's people like me and Tom Henderson leaking stuff, is because Microsoft isn't providing that excitement and that intrigue. You know, they're not doing the damn thing. And I don't know why. I don't know why they're so precious, you know, about some of this stuff. They should just be a little bit more upfront about it. And Master Jazz in chat says people trash them for showing games early. And that's true, you know. But oftentimes it's just like it's about managing expectations, you know. When they showed off Halo Infinite early, right? Everyone trashed it and said it looks really bad. But that's because they showed it as though it was a finished product. They didn't say the lighting isn't implemented yet. They didn't say the textures aren't finished, you know. They presented it as a finished trailer. You know, they didn't take us along a journey showing like how development's going and stuff like that. It's not like the Dragonflight, you know, marketing cycle the past year. You know, they announced Dragonflight and then it goes into beta, and then, you know, they're pretty much sharing all of their thoughts on the development, where the classes are going, working with the Xbox, the Warcraft community and stuff like that. And in an era where people are constantly hungry for information, Xbox is not delivering, you know. And part of that is because we've said before in the past, maybe they just ain't got the content. And that's the worrying thing. You fill in the gaps of your information. We don't have any information. So we're sort of filling in the gaps in our knowledge with disconcertion. It's kind of like, well, Occam's razor suggests that the reason they're not showing anything is because they ain't got anything. And we know they must have something, you know. But it's been so muted and so stunted and so boring. So boring. I wish they'd just be a little bit more, make more of an effort to show us slices that maybe aren't the most long or the most polished. You know, I don't care if you're showing me like a 5-minute trailer. Share some developmental thoughts. Share a blog post, for God's sake. You know, share gameplay details and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's just getting old. But, you know, there's some people in chat are saying, like, they get criticized for showing things too early. And my response to that would be, they're criticized for mismanaging expectations. Like, I've said this before. When you show off a game like Recore with a high budget, very detailed CGI trailer, you create an expectation. You know, you release a CGI trailer that's clearly, you know, cost a lot of money to make. People are going to expect a big budget game. But then when we saw Recore, it wasn't anywhere near the expectation set by that CGI trailer. It was an indie game, basically. It was like a bigger indie game at the end of the day. Because they mismanaged expectations. There's like this disconnect between PR, marketing, and probably the artists and the game dev's vision for what the game should be and how they should be presented. Like, I think they should just start putting all their games in early access. Screw it. I think like with stuff like Grounded, we knew everything about Grounded. Every few weeks there was an update showing us like the new features and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think Microsoft's got the luxury of being so secretive anymore. Of course, I'm a little bit biased because I want stuff to write about, but it's not like there's a lack of things to write about. You know, I can write. I'm kind of lucky that I'm not just a game journalist. I can also write about tech. You know, I wrote about Amazon Alexa that last week, and that was far bigger than any of the Xbox articles I've written recently. But like from the biases that I'm passionate about Xbox, and I'm interested to see what they're doing, and they ain't giving us anything. They ain't giving us anything. Dave says State of Decay 3 should be early access. I completely agree. State of Decay is a perfect game to slap into early access. All their online games should be. I think they should have called Sea of Thieves early access when they launched it, I think. And I actually suggested that to people at Xbox, and they said, how much of a bad look would that be if we put Sea of Thieves in early access? And I'm like, it wouldn't have been a bad look. It would have been an honest look, But oh well. There's a lot of different sort of... There's pros and cons, isn't there, at the end of the day? There's pros and cons. We say they should show us more, but then they get criticized if they do show us more, But I do think there is... Increasingly, there is an incongruence between the different aspects of marketing that aren't working that well together at Xbox. That's what I feel right now.
They had to have known this was coming, though. They had to have known that people would be pissed off, because, like I said, the last 3 years they've shown something off, and they normally set expectations. Like Aaron's come out and said, "Hey, we really don't have much to show at the Game Awards," and then they show off Perfect Dark as like he kind of just like he. Right? But then, this E3, they do something they've never done before. They do a 12-month format. But they didn't let anybody know that beforehand. So there's a lot of people who were disappointed because they wanted to see stuff that was further out. And they're like, well, if you had just like told us this beforehand, we would be okay. And maybe if they had come out and said that before, like if they'd be like, by the way, if you're tuning into the Game Awards to see something new from us, we don't have anything new to share. People would have been upset, but they would have been able to get their anger or their disappointment out of the way first, at least tuning in that you're not going to see anything new from Xbox. Sure, you probably will still get Ryan McCaffrey article about how it's a slap in the face or whatever, and you'd still be disappointed. Like I said, I'm disappointed because I want to see more of Redfall and Starfield, and I sort of feel like Xbox is doing a disservice to those games. Like Starfield, I feel like something like Starfield like should be front and center everywhere. It's like the your next biggest thing, and it's just like you should have like something about it every single month to let people know like what it is and instead of like, oh, we had one gameplay trailer in June, and this isn't like PlayStation where they don't need to show God of War Ragnarok because God of War 2018 did all the heavy lifting for them. So it's like you don't need to market God of War Ragnarok until the very end when it's about to come out, because the first game basically sells the second game, right? But with the new IP from Bethesda, it's like I feel like any new IP, you sort of need to be out there pounding the pavement, letting people know that this game's coming. And I don't know, I feel like Xbox relies too heavily on like the June showcase to be like, this is what it is, and then they don't really make like extra content or extra hype videos throughout the year to really hammer that stuff home. So it's like I tune in and I'm just like, all right, what am I gonna watch? And I really actually liked this Game Awards. It was shorter outside of the fact that Christopher Judge took 20 minutes to read his speech, and Al Pacino didn't even know where he was. So I was like, I like this one. I'd probably give it like a B or a B+. There was some reveals that were really cool. But as an Xbox fan, someone who's like, lives and breathes the Xbox stuff, it's my primary platform, I was just like, yeah, man, like, it seemed like a gigantic missed opportunity, especially in years past when, you were here and you excited people by showing something. It's like, you have 23 studios, like, you couldn't show anything. Like, nobody had anything that they could show. Like, you couldn't announce Project Midnight, or you couldn't, in Exile couldn't have shown something. Like, there's so many things you could choose from. Not to mention, like, new trailer from Avowed, or what have you, or any of the games actually releasing. Like, in the past, at least, there was the excuse where, like, Xbox doesn't have any first-party studios. So what do you expect to see? They literally have 5 first-party studios. Like, and 3 of them, and 4 of them, like, one works on Minecraft, one works on Halo, one works on Gears, and one works on Forza. So what do you expect to see? Right? It's like, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. They're not really anything. But now, you're like, you have 23. You know, you've owned Bethesda for over a year after the deal closed. It's been 2 years since you actually purchased them, right? It's been, you know, a whole 4 years since you acquired all those studios in 2018, and all you're really left with is just a bunch of CGI trailers from 2020, and people are just like, you just went through a year where it was like, all right, well, you didn't really release much, and you didn't really do much anyways because, you know, of the Activision deal. So it's like people are like, all right, getting antsy. It's like, all right, show me something, Xbox. I want to see what the future holds. The future is, and people thought they were going to get it at the game show, at least Redfall, and they didn't get anything. So it's just like, And like I said, I think this only makes sense if they have their own show in January, which then you could maybe excuse it, be like, all right, well, if you're planning on doing your own show where you're going to showcase everything and release dates, I understand that then. And that would retroactively make the Game Awards thing understandable. Like, all right, you'd rather do your own show and not give your stuff to Keighley even though millions of people are watching? Because, like, I don't know, I'm not really sure what the demographic is of the Game Awards. I sort of feel like maybe the fringe casual tune in a little bit, and they tune in and they see that, like, Xbox doesn't have anything. And they're like, oh, I guess Xbox doesn't have anything. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Maybe I'm just pulling that out of my ass because I don't really know the demographics. Maybe it's just all hardcore people. And, you know, we all know, you know, everybody here knows what Xbox is making. You know, we just don't know when they're coming out. So maybe I'm just saying that and it really doesn't have any merit in actual reality because I don't know the demographics of the Game Awards. But it just, I don't know, man. It's just fitting. It's just really fitting. In the year that Xbox really didn't do much, they just didn't bother to show up to the Game Awards. And it's just like, what do you expect? Other than, like, at some points in time, just disappointment from Xbox, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is the way, like, you didn't have time to read my article, but I mean, this is the central, you know, the way I ended it, which was uncertainty has become core to Xbox's brand, you know, and, you know, Sony's partially responsible for that with, like, the obfuscation of, you know, some of the timed exclusives. Like, the whole thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake is just shocking, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, I'll come to other platforms after this long. So it makes you assume that it means Xbox, but then it doesn't mean Xbox, you know. And then it's like, well, Final Fantasy 16 is a 6 months exclusive, but does that mean Xbox? You don't know. You don't know if it means Xbox, you know. And it goes all the way back to the CGI trailers I'm talking about. Like, oh, Recore looks great, CGI trailer, and then it comes out. It's like, oh wait, it's not. It's an indie game, it's low budget. You know, it's kind of like Xbox has become terrible at mismanaging expectations. You know, and this is really important, having consistency, and we just don't have it. You know, and we constantly telling ourselves we're going to get consistency. They've got this many studios. There's content coming. Kind of reminds me of that scene in that classic Simpsons episode where Bart is at Camp Krusty. Have you seen that? And he's sort of like, it's like, Krusty's coming, Krusty's coming, Krusty's coming, Krusty's coming. I feel like I'm Bart Simpson right now. I feel like we've had this conversation many, many times before, for years now, where it's kind of like, well, they'll start releasing things on a regular cadence soon. You know, they'll start doing it. And A.B. Froman says, Recall was Xbox One. Yeah, it was. But at the end of the day, we've had that same cycle again. We've had State of Decay 3, which has an amazing CGI trailer. But do I believe Undead Labs can match the quality of that CGI trailer? No, I don't. You know, because I've been burned before. It's gotten to that point where it's just like, we've been burned before, you know. And Truth Serum says, mismanaging is not Sony's fault. Quit blaming Sony for everything. I'm literally not blaming Sony for everything. I literally said, it's smart of Sony to play up that angle, you know, and pull Xbox games or potential multiplats on massive franchises. It's going to happen again with Metal Gear Solid. I know it is. Like Metal Gear Solid Remake, I highly, I've got reason to believe that's a PlayStation exclusive, and that will similarly say it'll come to other platforms someday. And it's like, will it? And I have to believe that's intentional. That's intentional obfuscation to sow doubt about the Xbox platform. And honestly, it works. It's this sort of like consistency issue that Xbox has, where it's just kind of like Xbox has become a consolation platform. It's the platform you go to for high value, the Xbox Series S and Xbox Game Pass, which has locked me in. Xbox Game Pass is amazing. And I'm locked in from digital. I've got 1,000 digital games on Xbox. So it's always going to be my central platform for multiplats and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, speaking analytically, from someone who, as an Xbox analyst and a Microsoft watcher, I completely see the fact that, like, if I talk to someone, a normie, as we call them, in public about the state of consoles, nobody wants an Xbox. I asked my mates are always messaging me like, all my kids want PlayStation. They all want PlayStation because it's become the default. It's kind of like iPhone. It's that sort of consistency, that sort of reliability that Xbox cannot deliver. It's why a lot of people, they just go to iPhone because they know it's got the reliability and consistency, whereas Android has got like millions of different types of phones and that are all on different versions of Android and stuff like that. And you don't know if you don't get a consistent experience on Android unless you like stick purely with Samsung, But it's a similar kind of situation where PlayStation is delivering the consistency, the reliability, and the knowledge that you're going to get these AAA games that are going to induce FOMO in a way that Xbox hasn't managed to achieve. It's just a fact. Xbox has not managed to achieve that level of FOMO. And, part of it could be because all their games are going to PC anyway. And maybe none of it matters, Maybe none of it really matters because all the games are on PC. And maybe that's why they're not getting the FOMO factor. Because, if people see Sea of Thieves on Twitch and their favorite content creator is a massive Sea of Thieves fan, chances are they're going to end up getting on PC anyway, So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, as long as the business model makes sense. But as a core Xbox fan, it's kind of exhausting, Master Jazz says, "Is this a Sony podcast now?" No, it's a truth podcast. It's a truth podcast, friend. It's an honesty podcast. Brought to you by Manscaped. 20% off.
The thing about PlayStation is I don't care about PlayStation. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care what Sony does. I don't care if they don't show up to an event or they do show up or they don't show something or they do show something. I don't care because Sony doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, let me rephrase that. They mean something more to me than Nintendo does. Like, Nintendo literally means absolutely nothing to me. They could literally leave the industry tomorrow, and I couldn't care less. In fact, I welcome it. Let Nintendo leave tomorrow, and nothing would change for me. At least there's a little bit of... There was a point where I really liked Sony. I was a PlayStation fan during the PS1 and PS2 era. I have a lot of great memories, and I do enjoy the games they make. But I just don't really care what they do. So when people always bring up these whataboutisms when I criticize Xbox for not showing up to the Game Awards, then they'll say, but Rand, Sony didn't show up to the Game Awards last year. You didn't criticize them then. It's because I don't care what Sony does. Or if I say something... about, hey, Xbox hasn't done this, somebody will come and be like, but Rand, The Last of Us 2 multiplayer, it was supposed to be in it, and it wasn't, and now it's factions, and now it's releasing by itself. Like, always, when you have a critique of Xbox about something, somebody always pushes back to you and is always like, but PlayStation, Rand, but PlayStation, and it's like, I don't care. I don't care about what PlayStation is doing. I like to make the fun of Jim Ryan because some of the stuff they're doing, and yeah, what PlayStation is saying about the deal with Xbox and Activision is hilarious because they're making themselves look like hypocrites. But I think it's pretty damn apparent if you've been listening to this podcast for this long, I don't care about what PlayStation does. I care about what Xbox is doing. My channel is basically all centered around Xbox. That's not to say that I don't play the PlayStation games, because I just got done playing God of War Ragnarok, and I'll play the games that appeal to me, and I like them. Hell, I'll even tell you when I love them. I'll even tell you when they're my games of the year, like Ghost of Tsushima was in 2020, or how much I really loved Returnal, or, you know, like 2018 and God of War was like one of the games of the generation. So I'm not, I will praise Sony where it's due, but they just don't, I don't know. I just don't care about PlayStation the way I care about Xbox. So I will be like, I want Xbox to be better, and I think they will be better. I think they are just going through a transition with their marketing about, okay, we're going to do more shows, and they didn't show up at the Game Awards because they're planning their own. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I do think all the games that are coming out are going to be of high quality, and there's going to be lots of them. I am so incredibly excited for the future of Xbox. The problem is, I've said that repeatedly, constantly for years now, and there's a part of me that's just like, oh, is the future going to be here soon, right? I hope so, because I've been saying this for a while, but I don't really like it when you criticize somebody, when you criticize a platform, and then it's just immediately somebody's crying over spilt milk because PlayStation has done something as egregious or worse, and it's just like, I couldn't care less what Sony does. This isn't a PlayStation branded podcast. This isn't a PlayStation branded channel in any way, shape, or form. This is an Xbox One, and we talk about it from the Xbox perspective and a fan's perspective and whatnot. So, yeah, that's it. Jez says his internet died, so he'll be back as soon as he can. I don't know, whatever. That's the rant for today. I guess. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm talking about or feel the same. That's just me. I care about Xbox. I want to see them succeed. I wanted to see them to reach heights they've never been able to. I can't wait to play all the exclusives that they're working on, because I think they're going to be amazing. But when I criticize Xbox, I'm not thinking about things that PlayStation does, and I hate the fact that people always bring up, like, well, PlayStation does this all the time, Rand, and you don't say anything. Fuck PlayStation. Who cares? Who cares about them in this matter? This isn't a PlayStation show. Whatever. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. You know? And if sometimes, you know, if I criticize Xbox and you don't like it, and if you're feeling a certain way about it, then whatever. You don't have to listen to the show. You can unsubscribe. It's perfectly fine. I'm not going to be upset. You know, nobody's forcing you to listen to the show. Nobody's forcing you to listen to my opinion about this. You can choose not to listen to it. You can choose not to watch. We'll be okay, man. We'll be okay. There's plenty of other creators. There's plenty of other things for you that you can do in your own spare time about all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It'll be all right, bro. Xbox is gonna do just fine, and you know. I just disappointed from Xbox's lack of show at this, and it doesn't matter that PlayStation didn't show up last year to counteract it or whatever. Like, that's a fucking stupid, dumb fucking thing that people bring up. Well, PlayStation didn't. Rand, why don't you shut the fuck up? Jesus Christ! It's always something, Jez. It's always whatever. Anyways, enough of that. Enough of talking about this whole thing, Jez. I'm sorry. Yes, you're back. Yes.
Dude, what the hell? I'm sorry about that.
Anyways.
My internet just randomly decided to cut out. It's been doing that all bloody since I've been here. I think the cables, like, the cable box on the wall is, like, eroded or something. I need to get a dude out to come and fix it or something. I don't know. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm back. Did you have a nice chat with everyone about?
Yeah. Oh, I'm good.
Around?
Kendrick says I don't read the chat. I didn't have chat up for a while because I was, sometimes when I'm deep in giving my thoughts about something, I don't like to look at the chat because I'll read something and then, I kind of lose my train of thought. So sometimes I'll, Rand having a breakdown. No, I'm just trying to have a bit of fun. I'm just trying to be a tad bit entertaining. Whatever.
Did I miss Spicy Rand? Did I miss something cool? I'll have to go
Nah.
watch it back later. Despite everyone in chat says you were spicy, Rand. Did we get dark Rand back?
No,
Rand is shooting.
it was just me repeating that I don't care about PlayStation. So when I criticize Xbox, I don't like when people come back and say, "Well, PlayStation did this." It's okay, whatever. Who cares?
When I was writing my article, I actually thought as I was writing it, I need to include a line which accounts for the fact people will say, "But wait, you're not criticizing Sony for not showing up to the Game Awards." But it's kind of like Sony doesn't need to show up to the Game Awards because Sony just released God of War Ragnarok. Sony fans are satiated at the end of the day. It's Xbox fans that ain't satiated. Sony doesn't need to be there right now. I would argue that Xbox has catching up to do in the sentiment department, But yeah, Rand drank some sauce, drank some of Gaz's.
I mean, this isn't the first time that I've said all this. I've repeatedly said I don't care what PlayStation does, so I care about what Xbox does.
I don't care either.
So that's
the
thing.
This is, at the end of the day, this is an Xbox fan podcast, And like I've got like different hats. I've got my Xbox fan hat, and then I've got my industry analysis hat, which is like where I, try and put my fan bias aside and think about it from a business perspective, which is usually what I do for work, trying to be impartial and all that. And then you've got like, and then another hat, which is like for seeing it from other people's perspectives, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to like have empathy towards people who, maybe they don't care about this stuff. Maybe they are confident still in Xbox. And honestly, when you actually take a step back and look at the bigger picture, it's going to be fine. This isn't a doom and gloom situation. It's like you take a step back, have a little bit more patience. It's not a big deal. It's like there's plenty of stuff to play.
The world will go on.
The world will go on. I've got Warcraft to play, so it's like I'm not like I'm starving for games here. I got like 1 million games in the backlog. The Death Stranding.
Oh no, I'm perfectly fine.
About that.
Someone says take a Xanax, Rand. Like I'm not worked up. Some of the rants or whatever I do is typically just for over exaggerating a point I want to make. Trust me, I am emotionally withdrawn from all this as you could possibly imagine. It's one of the reasons I don't really get into fights on Twitter, right? I'm not emotionally invested in all this, as some people are, So I will say, like, sometimes I try to use exaggeration to get my point home across, which was exactly what I did. And I also feel that swearing is more impactful when you rarely ever do it, and we don't really do it because it tend to get demonetized. So I feel like the combination of over-exaggerating and then the combination of swearing when you don't normally swear drives the point home, and that's exactly what I was trying to drive the point home about the whataboutism and about like criticizing Xbox, but PlayStation did this. That's just something I do. Anyways, I've talked enough about this. We've talked enough about this. Let's talk about something different. And, oh, geez. You know what? Before we get into this FTC stuff, I figured let's just briefly mention this because it's up here. The Riot Games stuff is in Game Pass now, Jez. This will be really quick, right?
Is it there now?
Well, no, it's coming. It's coming on December 12th, so it's coming this Monday. So on the PC, on the Xbox app and the PC, starting December 12th, you can connect your Riot account and your Game Pass accounts, and you can play Valorant and League of Legends. But like you get a lot of perks. You get Valorant, you get all current agents, access to every new agent as they're revealed, and a 20% match XP boost given to the Battle Pass, Event Pass, and Agent Contract Progress. League of Legends, you get all 160 champions, access to every new champion as they're released, and 20% XP boost. Legends of Runeterra, you get all the cards in the Foundation set. Teamfight Tactics, you get a whole bunch of different stuff. And League of Legends Wild Lift, you get all the champions, day one access to every new champion, and 20% XP boost, as well as some other bonus awards. So this is going to be a huge thing for PC Game Pass. Yes, like, this is a lot of money. You want to unlock all the champions in League, you want to unlock all the champions in Valorant and stuff, that's a significant amount of money. but it's all there for basically $10 a month. So I think that's a pretty good deal. I really do. So that's going on right now. That'll be going on Monday. And yeah, so I guess the other big news is everything that went on this week about the FTC, which was a lot, right? Because on Monday we had talked about like this Xbox and the $70 games. We had talked about, what was that? The CWA had put out a statement, the union, all these sort of things, and then the rest of the week happened, and then it was like, I'm trying to even struggling what happened. Like, basically, Brad Smith went to go meet the FTC. Phil put out a tweet saying that they had signed an agreement with Nintendo and Steam, right? Let me get those, because that also happened. I'm struggling to remember what actually happened this week in regards to this Xbox Activision stuff. Let me find it here. Let me find Phil's tweets. Got to be here somewhere. What day? Oh, yeah. Microsoft has entered into a 10-year commitment to bring Call of Duty to Nintendo following the merger of Microsoft and Activision Blizzard King. Microsoft is committed to helping bring more games to more people, however they choose to play. And that I'm also pleased to confirm that Microsoft is committed to continue to offer Call of Duty on Steam simultaneously to Xbox after we have closed the merger with Activision Blizzard King. This happened the day before Brad Smith was going to meet with the FTC. And it was like, oh my God, felt like, hey, this was a good thing because it shows that, basically that Sony's sort of acting in their own self-interest, and they're not being like truthful, or because like Sony's whole thing is the deal needs to be blocked because this is bad for the entire video game industry. It's bad for developers. It's bad for consumers, right? But here you have two of the biggest players in the video game industry signing a commitment, being like, well, they believe in it, and they know that Microsoft's being truthful. That's exactly what Gabe Newell said, was like, we don't even need a commitment because, we think long-term commitments are dumb, and we believe what Microsoft says because they've always been truthful, and they have every reason to put Call of Duty on every... his statement was just straight to the core. But it basically showed that, not everybody believes that this is bad for the industry, and it was designed for regulators to basically put Sony on an island, and people were like, it's a PR stunt, and yeah, sure enough, it's a PR stunt, but whatever, it designed to do something. And then Brad Smith went to the FTC, and then and on Thursday the FTC is like, no, we're suing to block, and
bastards.
What else? And then the Brad Smith said that well, we tried peace. What was the exact quote?
Yeah, we tried peace.
We tried peace. I'm trying to think. Let me see if I can get it.
Hang on. I can go and get it real quickly.
No, I think while we believe in giving peace a chance, we have complete confidence in our case. Yeah. We continue to believe that this deal will expand competition and create more opportunities for gamers and game developers. We have been committed since day one to addressing the competition concerns, including by offering earlier this week proposed concessions to the FTC. While we believed in giving peace a chance, we have complete confidence in our case and welcome the opportunity to present our case in court.
Yeah.
So there's all
Brad
that
Smith's
stuff.
Background?
What's going on?
Brad Smith. Do you know Brad Smith's background? He's Microsoft's president now, but do you know he used to lead their legal team?
Really?
So that's why Brad Smith gets involved in a lot of this stuff, because he's a lawyer and supposedly a very good one. So yeah, that's Brad
Right.
Smith, ready to go to bat.
Then we had the comments from Senator Warren and Senator Bernie Sanders, which don't really make any sense in the context of this actual acquisition. I'm assuming Sony's probably super happy about it. What else happened? The CWA put out a statement saying how they're incredibly disappointed because they have a neutrality agreement with Microsoft and the whole union thing, which is something you think the Democrats would actually be in favor for, but they're not. And all this stuff going on around it. And it really seemed to me that, like I mentioned earlier, that the FTC, this is all just for appearances. It really doesn't mean, it's something they had to do to make it seem like they were being, they were coming down hard on big tech. But I think they know they really don't have the case to bring it to federal court because it would get overturned. Yeah. And I think they're just doing these things to try to get more concessions out of Microsoft, or hoping that the CMA and the EU both decide to block it. And then Microsoft might have a harder time if all three regulators all decide to vote to block it, or whatever the terminology is, because I'm not a lawyer. Then maybe that forces Microsoft to give up or whatever. But maybe the European Union decides to pass it, because then it came out today that maybe the FTC, and one of their biggest things, because one of the big things that the FTC was saying for the reasons to sue to block the deal is because that Microsoft had promised the European Commission that they wouldn't foreclose the Bethesda games in their sort of dealings with the European Commission during the Bethesda regulatory process. And because Starfield and Redfall are exclusive, and Elder Scrolls 6, it basically shows that Microsoft can't be trusted. But then it sort of came out that like the European Commission didn't really have a problem with that, or disagreed with what the FTC is saying regarding it. Like Microsoft didn't make any promises to the European Commission, or the European Commission thought that it wasn't a big deal even if they did foreclose on it. It wouldn't harm any competition. So it looks like you have the FTC misinterpreting what they said, or at worst lying about what was in the article. Now you have people saying like the FTC is lying, or all this stuff. Like you saw all that stuff today, right, Jez?
Yes, I did. That was a lot. Just another weird turn in this endless drama that is the Activision Blizzard deal, which is, we knew it was going to be more complicated than the ZeniMax stuff, but my God, is this like relentless? That's whole stuff with the EU was amazing, like earth-shatteringly hilarious.
Jez,
they provided.
I need to go feed my dog really quickly, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Because it's nobody's here, so I have to feed him. Otherwise, he's gonna go hungry. And Shakespeare needs to eat.
Get us a video.
No. Just continue talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, while we wait for Rand to get back, yeah. So the FTC, the European Union, supposedly, now this is the weird thing about this whole thing with the European Union. They sent an email to an outlet saying that Microsoft had never offered them concessions, but I'm still not sure 100% if that is verified yet. I'm not sure if they've made that statement public or not. But still, let's just assume for the sake of argument that it is true. It's kind of unprecedented for the EU to sort of call out the FTC like that, but also not only that, but it's for the FTC to get something so wrong. If their whole deal is to make a good case for this block, a good legal basis for this block, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot and used this. They've sort of nerfed their own credibility by saying something that is demonstrably untrue, and then to be called out on it so rapidly after the fact is very, very intriguing. And increasingly, I think the European Union might look favorably on this deal. And I'll tell you why. All of Blizzard's support staff, or a massive amount of them, and we're talking thousands of employees in Ireland and France and Germany, they are all in the European Union. And I know for a fact that, the European Union is very protective of its workers in a way that America isn't, frankly speaking. So when Microsoft presented its case to the European Union, I feel like the well-being of the employees will be a massive factor in all of this. And Microsoft will be like, well, we're going to do this for them, we're going to do that for them, blah, 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 guarantee this, guarantee that. Whereas like Activision and Bobby Kotick is well documented for not being the best boss in the world, So this could be a good sign that the European Union is maybe looking at the deal a little bit more objectively than the FTC is, because increasingly it looks like the FTC is going down an ideological route. We said earlier that Bernie Sanders, with Bernie Sanders' tweet, he said, "Yeah, we need to stop industry consolidation." While just talking generally, why is all consolidation bad? You know, like as long as there's still lots of different players in the industry, that's the basis of capitalism. The basis of our entire economic system is that there's a lot of competition. The FTC failed to stop consolidation in the cable market, to stop consolidation in the ticket sales market. We had a whole load of drama with um with Ticketmaster recently, because Ticketmaster is the only place you can buy tickets practically now. So that's an area where the FTC has failed to create good amounts of competition. Um, so it's kind of like we're getting into this weird sort of limbo, this weird sort of, I don't know, this almost political battle where the FTC just want to sort of flout their power without having the basis to do so. And they know they don't have the basis to do so. If they did, they would have brought it to a federal court and not just sort of kicked it into the back rooms of their own little court system. This could all be just posturing, a way for them to get the concessions in writing, um, and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just all looking ideological. Like God Emperor Sofa King says, the FTC head is just looking for a win. I mean, yeah, she picked the wrong bloody battle. But, if you wanted to send a signal to big tech like Google and whatever, it's just bad timing that this sort of became the ideal example to do that. Facebook famously failed to acquire Giphy recently, and the UK shot that down. But I think like if Meta had tried to fight that in court, they probably would have won anyway. But I think Facebook's kind of like exploring, I don't know, cost saving measures. So they were just like, yeah, we're not going to bother getting Giphy. We'll survive without them. But this is different. Microsoft firmly believes that the future of gaming relies on having a portfolio that looks a little bit more like Tencent's, where it's like you've got a strong presence in mobile, you've got a strong presence in IP like Nintendo, and you've got a strong presence in console. And I think like Activision is like the ultimate expression of the kind of company a platform holder needs to be in 2022. They have every single vertical covered. They got the mobile stuff, which is what Microsoft needs, what Microsoft wants. And they've got compelling multi-platform console games, which they'll still bring to PlayStation. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the concessions Microsoft makes is, yeah, we'll commit to bringing the Diablo franchise to PlayStation forever. We'll commit to bringing Overwatch to the PlayStation franchise platform forever. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the commitment. Similarly to how Microsoft is handling Mojang, where it's like you got Minecraft Dungeons, Minecraft Legends. Those are also coming to PlayStation. I could see Microsoft making that concession, and I think they should make that concession. I think PlayStation should get all of those games, because all of those franchises, they have a presence. They have a presence on PlayStation, and PlayStation fans deserve to get those games in perpetuity. They've invested in those games. They've invested their money into those franchises and invested their fandom into those franchises. I think they should keep bringing those games, all of them, to PlayStation. Different to the ZeniMax thing, It's very different, I think. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a long, long walk. It's months of legal wrangling, And I can't even imagine the amount of paperwork being burned through at Microsoft headquarters right now. It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. So AJH says, what about World of Warcraft with Final Fantasy 14 being exclusive? Now, you see, that is one outlier that could play out differently. Because, like, since PlayStation has Genshin Impact and Final Fantasy 14, Xbox doesn't really have a compelling exclusive MMO. You know, they've got like they've got Elder Scrolls Online, but that's multi-platform, and they've got oh man, I can't remember what it's called now. That Sega anime MMO kind of Destiny-ish game. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Um, is it Star Ocean or something like that? I can't remember what it's called. Sorry about that. But I think like having Warcraft as a Xbox exclusive is something they could explore, since Warcraft isn't on PlayStation, you know, and it wouldn't be like they're taking something away from Sony. And it'd also give them a compelling alternative to Final Fantasy 14. Like Final Fantasy 14 and Warcraft are almost like they're almost neck and neck. You know, they're competing very well. You know, Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft's been updated to be more like Final Fantasy 14, and now Final Fantasy 14 is going to innovate. You know, Final Fantasy 14, the competition that Final Fantasy 14 brought, made Warcraft think, "Oh shit, we need to try harder here." And honestly, that seems to have materialized in Dragonflight. Because competition's a good thing, right? Oh yeah, people saying Fantasy Star Online. Yeah, I don't know why I got Fantasy Star Online and Star Ocean mixed up. I'm going to blame the fact that it's midnight here right now. And goddamn, guys, how long does it take Rand to feed a bloody dog? How long does it take him? You know, what's he feeding Shakespeare? Is he cooking him a 4-course dinner? Is he making Shakespeare's appetizers right now? I don't know. But yeah, hit me with some more questions while we wait for Rand, because I don't want to completely go through this entire topic while Rand isn't here. We need to get Rand's take on it before we get over here. Why should Microsoft care so much about Sony? You think Sony cares what they take away from Xbox? John Blue says. Yeah, I mean, I get that argument too, but at the end of the day, it's like a concession for the regulators. I think it's more important that Microsoft finishes its full acquisition than gets precious about exclusivity in console. There's bigger things at stake. There's bigger things at stake than getting there's bigger things at stake than getting Diablo exclusively. It's all about that mobile stuff. It's all about heading off Tencent and other mobile developers and stuff like that. Leaky Hum with the super chat says StarCraft, Crash, Spyro, old/new IP should go exclusive. I mean, I can see that argument too, but also like I kind of feel like Crash is synonymous with PlayStation. I think Spyro is synonymous with PlayStation. I personally wouldn't want to see PlayStation fans lose Crash or Spyro. I wouldn't want to see that. You know, I think that'd be really harsh, especially because, you know, Crash. Even I've got Crash nostalgic associations with PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot was the first PlayStation game I ever played. It came with my PlayStation when I was a kid. You know, I think that's true for a lot of Brits. The bundle for PlayStation 1 was with Crash Bandicoot and the demo disc with the dinosaur in it. The T-Rex demo disc. That was so cool. But yeah, is Rand cooking his dog a 3-course meal? I think he is. I think Rand's dog is Rand is cooking his dog a 3-course meal. But yeah, Jez Jetfan95 says, Jez, if let's say Microsoft gets ABK deal and now own Call of Duty, do you renew Battlefield marketing rights with EA or no? I say sure, why not? See, that's another interesting angle. I think I would probably renew I would probably renew the Battlefield rights, but honestly, Battlefield Battlefield needs to earn having marketing rights, because the most recent Battlefield was so bad. Like 2042, I know they've worked hard to make it better, but I tried playing it again recently, and it feels so lame compared to Battlefield 1 and even Battlefield 5. You know, it just doesn't feel great. Super chat from DS Omen says, on the bright side, if Microsoft's first party output is bad, then Microsoft generally makes sure that the Game Pass output makes up for it. So we have that at least. Yeah, that is true. I mean, Game Pass has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting this year. We got Persona 5, for example, and a bunch of other great games that hit straight into Game Pass. Vampire Survivors as well, kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't not even aware of that game, and then it came into Game Pass, and it's like, oh my god, this is like video game in crack form, So yeah, Game Pass, you can't deny the value Game Pass is bringing, but at the same time, I feel like Xbox fans deserve both. We deserve good first party output and we deserve Game Pass because Microsoft is $1 trillion corporation at the end of the day. Ham from TSWS Gaming says this Kumbaya stuff is not okay. PlayStation giving you a titty twister and you're asking if they're okay. Yeah, I mean that's fine if that's your perspective, but I just empathize. I sympathize with this idea that of things being taken away, and maybe it's because I'm an Xbox fan and I've experienced this myself. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake was taken away from me, and it felt bad. I don't want anyone else to have to feel that way about a franchise they're invested in. It's like, yeah, life goes on. I'm not going to cry about losing Final Fantasy VII Remake. But at the end of the day, Microsoft will make money. They put Crash, what are we on now? Crash 5? They do Crash 5, or if they reboot Spyro, for example. Microsoft's going to make money from putting it on PlayStation at the end of the day. Microsoft can reinvest that money in more deals for Game Pass. And Spyro and Crash will be in Game Pass, so they'll technically be the better version, So I think like ultimately people should be allowed to play where they want to play, and as much as possible without it damaging the brand. I think Xbox needs exclusives. Of course they need exclusives to be competitive in that space, but I don't think they need to vacuum up everything exclusively. I don't think they need to vacuum up everything, Alvid says it's a bad take. Yeah, maybe Rand agree with you guys. Maybe Rand will agree. In fact, I think he will. I think Rand will agree.
What do
I? I'm saying like everyone's saying I'm playing Kumbaya right now because I said Microsoft should just give the concession that they should give them everything. They should give them Crash 5, Spyro reboot, prototype reboot, all the theoretical Activision Blizzard games that come out. I think Microsoft should concede to bring them to PlayStation. And everyone's saying that it's Kumbaya, and it's okay if PlayStation. So what do you think? How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't think they should. They own it. They can determine where they need to put those games. I also don't really think regulators give a flying F about Crash or Prototype. It's clearly simply all about Call of Duty, is it not?
Yeah, but they also said like, Anthony Chibok says Jez is a low-key pony. Oh my god.
People are like, oh, Rand must have went to the bathroom. No, I fed the dog, and the dog had to go to the bathroom, so I had to go take him for a walk.
Oh man, like,
and people are like, Rand always does this. I barely ever do this. What do you mean? Sometimes, live show things happen. You gotta go. You gotta go into the door.
Like,
take Shakespeare out for a walk. He's a big dog, bro. He pooped twice, bro. 2 big poops. I don't want that poop in my house. I'd rather have that poop outside. You know what I'm saying? He dog weighs like 180 pounds. You know how big that poop is?
Oh, okay.
180
pounds, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well,
that poop is basically symbolic of PlayStation's arguments about why Xbox shouldn't be able to buy Microsoft or Blizzard and Activision. No, I don't think they should. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, look, is Microsoft willing to make those concessions to get the deal done? And if they feel that's best for their business, then they'll. I've been here for a little bit listening because I like to put Jez, I like to put him on the hot seat sometimes,
I'm a little bit better at being solo at this point.
So, does Microsoft care about putting all those games on PlayStation? If they don't, then they'd make that concession because to them it's like, who cares if Prototype is multiplayer or not, right? I think realistically, I don't even think PlayStation's even arguing for that. They're literally just being like, we can't, please don't take Call of Duty from us. If you take Call of Duty from us, it's over. We're going bankrupt. We won't be able to invest, right? So no, I don't think they should. I mean, look at all this is going on. Like, this is all happening mainly because Xbox has been playing Kumbaya for a long, long time. And PlayStation has been cutthroat for a long, long time. So Xbox has very much been like, hey, rising tide lifts all boats, right? And PlayStation's like, basically, F your boat, Xbox. You know, like they want to take all the market share away from Xbox. So they're making all these deals to make Xbox look bad, right? Like Final Fantasy 16, Forspoken, Deathloop, Ghostwire Tokyo, all these things to make the Xbox console and the Xbox ecosystem look less appealing to consumers. They're not out here being like rising tide lifts all the boats, because PlayStation wants all the ocean to themselves. They don't care if Xbox succeeds. They want them dead because they want everything for themselves. You know, but Xbox is like, well, no, you know, the industry's strong when we're all strong together. But PlayStation doesn't feel that way. I mean, maybe some of the people at PlayStation do, but the corporation, they certainly don't. They want everything to themselves. So, like, no, you buy the company, you legally own the IP and where it can appear, and unless you offer, legally binding concessions, you know, I understand keeping Call of Duty multi-platform because that's where the money is. You would lose too much. Like, I get that. It makes business sense to me. But keeping Crash Bandicoot multi-platform doesn't make any sense to me. Or Prototype or any of the smaller games. Like, if that's the case, why not make Starfield multi-platform then? Because if you're strictly talking about keeping games away from people, then you know what? Xbox should just become a third-party platform or publisher then. Why not just put Halo on everything? Why not put Forza Horizon on everything? Put Forza Horizon on PlayStation and nobody's going to buy Gran Turismo because they'll be able to compare the two. So if it's about like not letting people be able to play the games where they want, then you should be arguing for the fact that Xbox should have no exclusives. But you're not going to make that because Xbox does need to have exclusives to push.
It needs. My argument is that they need to have some exclusives.
Of course,
they need to have an exclusive every few months to really showcase the brand and the technical prowess. But if that was the case, they would have made Minecraft exclusive. They make money hand over fist with Minecraft not being exclusive. And I think like there's an argument to be made that a lot of these games that do have a legacy on PlayStation shouldn't be exclusive. I think Crash shouldn't be exclusive. And I think Tony Hawk shouldn't be exclusive. Personally, I think Microsoft should serve the audiences that are present right now today on PlayStation and promise to bring those games out. And I know people ain't gonna like that. Xbox fans ain't gonna like that. But I just think that's the fair thing to do. If you are a company and you're privileged in the point where you can spend $69 billion on a video game company, you need to do right by the people that stand to lose out there, you know, as much as possible. I don't think Crash being on PlayStation hurts the Xbox brand.
No, I'd agree with you. It doesn't. But at the same time, putting on Xbox doesn't, I don't think, harm anybody either. It's Crash.
I think it does.
No, I don't think it does.
No,
I don't think it does.
Crash fans are passionate, man.
Sure, they are. And guess what? They can play it on PC. They can play it on Xbox. They can play it on streaming or whatever. Oh, please, they don't have a PC. Everybody. That's the one argument I heard from PlayStation fans this entire gen is that you don't need a Series X because they all have beastly PCs. No, Jez. Because if you're also arguing about what's fair, you can make the argument that Xbox buying Activision Blizzard isn't fair. But like, this is business. Yes. This is business. And fair doesn't have anything to do with anything. You know? Like, fairs for 10-year-old kids, you know, playing games in a parking lot.
Nah.
Or stuff. It's no. See, I completely disagree. Look, I agree with you in the sense
to the point that I think Microsoft will use my strategy.
What's your strategy?
I disagree to the point that I think this is what Microsoft will do. They will keep Crash on PlayStation.
I mean, maybe they will.
They buy Activision Blizzard.
Maybe they will. But I don't think that's something. I don't think that's something the regulators are stuck upon. I don't even think that's something that PlayStation even gives a rat's ass about.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really talking about it in the context of, what the FTC shouldn't care about, but I think it'd be like a fig leaf if Microsoft was like, yeah, because they did bring up Starfield and Redfall as examples of games that Microsoft has potentially
Yes,
foreclosed on
but
PlayStation. Right?
as part of like Xbox misled the European Commission, right? When in reality they didn't. They said it would be case by case basis. But like you start down a slippery slope where you say, well, I think Crash should be multi-platform, and I think this should be multi-platform and multi-platform, because then you can be like, well, why shouldn't everything be multi-platform? Because at that point, it's like that would be just fair to everybody. Like, what about the fans on PlayStation who want to play Elder Scrolls 6? Is it not fair that they won't be able to play a game that's been on PlayStation for a long time? Or hell, like, what about Hellblade? Hellblade was a game that actually debuted first on PlayStation. What about Hellblade 2? What about Outer Wilds or Outer Worlds? That was also a PlayStation game. It's like you run the whole fair gambit. Where does it end? And at that point, if you're like, well, we should put all these games on PlayStation, then like, where does it end? And then at that point, it's like, does Xbox have anything left? And sure, they could probably make a whole bunch of money, but like, I don't know. To me, it's like a slippery slope once you start engaging in like those sort of things. Like I said, it'll be up to Xbox. Do they feel like Crash needs to be exclusive? I agree with you that they don't lose much if it's multi-platform. Like that Crash Bash game that they just showed off, like that ain't moving consoles. Like who really cares at the end of the day? But, they do need something to tout for their platform, for their PC Game Pass, for their console Game Pass, and those things would potentially help people subscribe or stay subscribed. So I disagree with this one, Jez. Who cares about fair?
Well, I'm just a nice guy, I guess, dude.
You are a very nice guy. You are a very nice guy.
Me and Phil, nice guys.
Very much so. Very much so. And you were right about Call of Duty. You were one of the only people that were like, Call of Duty's going to remain on PlayStation, when everybody else was like, nope, it's going to be exclusive. And you ended up being right about that. But, I don't know. Like this whole FTC thing and this whole Activision deal is kind of just like, whatever, bro. Like I'm, like so over it. I don't know what's going to happen. Is the European Commission going to come out and say we approve it, and then you have all that rigmarole and everything that goes around about it all? Like I don't know. All I know is it's like, man, you think about this week. It's a tough week. Monday, Xbox is like, by the way, we're raising the price of games. And they didn't even show anything new from their games. We at least thought maybe we'd see something new at the Game Awards for why they'd increase. Oh, Redfall's coming out. No, they just were like $70 games, and then they didn't even bother showing anything. Oh, okay, well, now I'm paying more. It's like, why'd you even bother to tell people? Why'd you even make the announcement today, this week, that you were raising the price of games? Like, that could have waited, right? And then and everything that happens, it's like, whew. What a bad week for Xbox. And then everybody's getting into it. Like we mentioned IGN, Ryan McCaffrey, slap in the face. Like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna make a poll since we have a whole bunch of people here. Let's see. I'm gonna make a poll. Let's start a poll. Do you feel that Xbox skipping the Game Awards was and I'll put in quotes because this is not my slap in the face to Xbox fans? I spelled Xbox wrong. Xbox fan. No, I still spelled it wrong. I can't even spell Xbox fans. Let's see. I would like to see what this yes and no as the choices, I suppose. And all right, poll should be up. Let's see what people will say here. And I saw Kotaku say something about Xbox fans are mad and sad that they skipped. I would imagine Xbox was prepared for this because Xbox fans are a little bit they can be a little bit vocal when things don't go their way about stuff. Sarengren says, get all the bad news out ahead of the wins. Yeah, there's that line of thought that you want the bad news out because you got good news coming later, and you don't want the bad news to cloud and mix with the good news. But it's like, well, give me the good news then. All I've had is bad news. So,
yeah.
But yeah, we're approaching 3 hours, and we still have a bunch of questions here from the amazing people at Patreon. Which, by the way, you too can join Patreon. at patreon.com/xb2. I'm sure Jez will throw that up in chat. And let's go. So thank you guys so much for being here. I know a lot of people tend to leave when we do these sort of things, but if you don't mind, please hit the like button if you enjoyed the podcast. Tell a friend about the show. Subscribe so we can get that 90K by the end of this year. And yeah, thank you guys. We have Nate Miller saying, one day, when all this annoying ABK stuff is behind us, we will all get together and go for rides in Rand's Ferrari. Right, guys? Yeah, one at a time, right? One at a time. Everybody can hop in my Ferrari and we'll go for a little ride when we have a meetup of Xbox 2 at the E3 showcase for Xbox, right? Yeah, I wish I had a Ferrari. Ralph Wiggum says, with the recent price increase in first-party games, do you think Xbox will raise the price on Game Pass anytime soon? Well. So my line of thought was they wouldn't raise it next year because I think there's something to be said for waiting to see how stuff like Redfall or Starfield or any of their other first-party games actually do before you raise the price. Like, you can see the data and what it does. Like, oh, what did Starfield do? Especially if the deal does go through this year and you can put Diablo in there or maybe like a new Call of Duty. I feel like you would at least want a year where like you can judge all that stuff without the cloudiness of a price increase and people leaving because of that. I guess it also depends on how much they're going to raise the price. Is it $1? So is Game Pass going to be $11 a month or $16 a month? Or is it going to be like a $5 increase where Game Pass is $15 a month and Ultimate is $20? I guess it really depends on a lot of those factors. And also, you just had a whole bunch of bad news with Xbox raising the price of their games. And the one shining area that Xbox has and has had for a while is Game Pass. That has sort of been the one fortress that has been kind of inassailable when it comes to criticism. Like, some people might say, oh, it doesn't have as many big AAA games in it. Sure, that's a complaint people do have, but everybody agrees it's an amazing deal. A lot of the criticisms that people have of Game Pass kind of just bounce off it and fall to the ground. But if you were to raise the price, some people might take a second look at it and wonder if it's really worth it, especially in an area where, like, you're still trying to prove to everybody that outside of, like, Halo, Forza, and Gears, that can you actually release super high quality games on a regular cadence, because people will still question that. So to me, it's kind of like, I think you don't raise Game Pass this year, you wait till 2024. But that's just my opinion. Like, I sort of knew they were going to raise the price of the games because it just made the most sense. We've been saying forever that Starfield was going to be a $70 game, and I don't think it makes any sense to raise the price of consoles at all. So I don't expect them to raise the price of the Series S or the X. I do expect them to raise the price of Game Pass at some point, but not this year. I don't know. What do you think, Jez?
Yeah, I think obviously there's price rises on the horizon for Game Pass, inflation, and it's just the way it goes. It's the way Netflix does it. It's the way all the subscription services do it. I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone that they are going to raise the price. I suppose the contention is when, 2024 probably. I would agree with you that the right time to do a Game Pass price rise is when you've proven you can deliver exclusive content into the service, which is probably going to be after Starfield launches. So maybe you do that after 2024 when you've justified a price rise.
Yeah.
Because if they do it now when everyone's like, ugh, you haven't earned a price rise. You haven't earned it, Microsoft. I do it. That's yeah.
I do have a bunch of super chats here that I didn't see that I want to get to because people support the channel.
Oh yeah. Let's do it.
Super chats. We got K Johnson says GLHF is mainly for PC games. Easter egg. Detroit's Reaper says, will Microsoft have a show soon? Did you read Ryan's article? Yeah, I read Ryan's article. We even read the last paragraph on the show. And I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I think not showing up at the Game Awards, the only way that makes sense to me with their games that are coming out this fall or this spring is that Microsoft is going to have a show soon, and that's the reason why.
I actually put that in my article, but I don't think anyone read it.
No.
Yeah, and my article was out before Ryan's. Just saying.
Well, I don't think Ryan said anything about a show in his article though.
Oh,
so
he just said that he did. Oh, never mind.
Well, no, he said, "Did you read Ryan's article?" I think there were two separate questions.
Oh, I thought he was asking if Ryan confirmed there was a show coming.
No, it was an opinion piece. Andrew Benton says the only explanation for Xbox not showing any games is a strategy to appear weak compared to PlayStation for regulators looking at the deal. I mean, I've seen that argument banded around, but like I don't know, like if they showed a trailer for Redfall, like how would that make Xbox look strong if they showed a trailer for Redfall, a game that they've already shown off twice before and has a bunch of Twitter stuff for? You know what I mean? Like I maybe understand not announcing any new games or stuff, but like showing off a trailer for announced games you've shown off before, like I don't agree with that with like that whole statement of like they want to appear weak. I don't think that applies to specifically something that you've already announced and shown off a bunch of times, personally. But I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what their lawyers are said. But I mean, did it work? Because the FTC still sued, and you know the CMA and the EC are still set to make their judgments next year. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Tom Like says, did you see Horizon DLC is PS5 only? Gorilla says, thanks for the money, PS4 chumps. I did not see that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I did see that. They said because they wanna push the hardware and stuff like that, it's gonna be exclusive. Didn't they do that with Spider-Man DLC, or am I going crazy?
I think you're going crazy. I don't think they did that for Spider-Man DLC. RDX on Effet says Xbox should retaliate if ABK doesn't go through. I know there's a lot of people that like to believe that Xbox will just like go petty and just go crazy if the deal doesn't go through. I don't agree with that. I mean, you kind of just look at what Xbox has done and what they've signaled is important to them. Like this deal was for mobile. So if this deal doesn't go through and Xbox has to walk away and pay Activision $3 billion for their troubles, I would expect Xbox to start looking at mobile publishers or mobile developers, and then to start looking at PC developers to make up for Blizzard. I just don't see Microsoft going to make timed exclusive deals because they hardly do those, and they only really do those for smaller games for Game Pass. I just don't see Microsoft throwing around money to get like games like Final Fantasy 16 because I don't think it makes. I think they think it doesn't make sense for their business model. But that's just my line of thinking. I mean, Phil said like, if they don't have a mobile play, then Xbox is essentially dead in the future. Well, he didn't use the word dead, but he said that the business would become, I forget the exact quote, but he basically said it wouldn't be good for the Xbox business. So like, you should, judging from that, you should be like, oh, if they don't get King, then they need to go get somebody else. Or, you know, maybe, and I hate saying this because whatever, and it's politics, but maybe Xbox just waits to 2024 and hopes that a Republican becomes president and then makes a huge purchase. So then the deal would go through without any problems under a Republican president and whatever, instead of a Democratic one. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I see both sides crying about big tech all the time.
Yeah,
like both sides, or it's like big tech bad. You know,
well, they only say that because the big tech is banning them on Twitter and social medias. But like, you know, I'm just saying.
I suppose Microsoft doesn't have any. Has anyone been banned from LinkedIn?
Yeah,
for their text.
Solomon Grant says, "Will Xbox release Game Pass numbers again this January? And what's your guess? What are releases coming from PlayStation next year? Even regulators dismiss Nintendo." Yeah, I don't know if you talked about that, Jez. Because I had to step away to take the dog out, but like Xbox did the thing with Nintendo, and then Sony responds basically by saying like, it doesn't matter. Switch is basically for babies. There is no audience for Call of Duty on the Switch, and it could never run the Switch. So this is all just a bunch of smoke screen. Did you talk about that at all?
I didn't talk about that aspect of it. What exactly did they say? about Nintendo.
I mean, I'd have to find the quote, and I don't know where it is. But
Oh, yeah, I remember. It was like GameIndustry.biz. They were saying that they implied that there isn't an audience for Call of Duty on
Yes.
Switch, and I was just thinking, you watch when Call of Duty drops on Switch, it'll be the best-selling game that month.
Well, they're saying there's no audience
console.
because like the last one that was on the Wii U was a failure. But it's like, yeah, the Wii U was a failure, so I'm not surprised that Call of Duty was a failure on the Wii U. But like the Switch, the audience on the Switch changed. Look how popular Splatoon is, and that's a multiplayer-only game. Fortnite's on there. Apex Legends is on there, right? Like, multiplayer is a big thing on the Switch. Well, their argument is also that, like, oh, like even the FTC is like, Nintendo's not the same market. Like, that the market is high-performance consoles between Xbox and PlayStation, and Nintendo's just, in their own market, a complete monopoly because they're not a part of this market, so they're just a complete monopoly of their own, I guess. And there's no audience on the Switch, and it would take forever for Xbox to port this game to the Switch, and it's just stupid, it's just dumb. And Sony's basically speaking for Nintendo in this article, and I'm just like, bro, like, are any of you Nintendo fans seeing this shit? Like, they're literally calling you babies. Sony's literally calling everybody that plays on the Switch a baby. Like, hey, babies, you busting out your Nintendo Switch? You want your pacifier? You gotta take a little nap? You want some warm milk? You gonna play your Animal Crossing? You want some animal crackers? little babies on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
You know, what Sony's worried about is Sony doesn't want it to be on the Nintendo Switch because they'd lose money. Because if it becomes popular in a Nintendo Switch, well, where are those people coming from? They're probably not buying it on PlayStation then if they're buying it on the Switch. So that means Nintendo's now making more money off of it and getting microtransaction revenue, which means PlayStation's making less because more people will be playing on Xbox because it's in Game Pass. So once again, it's all about the bottom line of PlayStation. And it's still mind-boggling that these regulators are basically sticking up for Sony and trying to protect their number one position. But like, I can't really fault PlayStation for doing it because it seems like their plan's working or at least delaying the deal from going through, right? Like, there's a possibility that happens. It could be delayed. So, hey, like, they got nothing to lose. They don't care if they look like they're hypocrites in the gaming media or whatever, because people are going to forget about it in a year, 2 years, and it's not like people aren't going to buy their games because, they said Switch players were babies, or that, the arguments they were making about Xbox were hypocritical because they do the same exact thing. Like, they got a business to protect, and they're going to do it at all costs, and they hired expensive lawyers, and this is the plan that came through. I don't really fault PlayStation for doing it, and it's up to Xbox. So this is why the whole Kumbaya stuff doesn't make any sense, because now you got to fight against PlayStation. PlayStation has been playing Kumbaya this whole. They're out to kick your ass. They're out to knock your teeth in, bro. Like, they don't care about holding hands and all this stuff. Like, sure, Xbox may be like, this is better for the industry. PlayStation's like, what's better for our bottom line, bitch? Like, and this is where it gets you. This is where it gets you. PlayStation feels emboldened. They out there being proactive. The regulators saying all these complaints, even though they all sound hypocritical and don't make a lot of sense, and the regulators are listening to them, and now it's on Xbox to be like, well, actually, it's not like that, and look at all this stuff, and who knows if they're going to be able to convince them. Who knows how this is all going to play out, I'm gonna crumb says, tag Colt in, boys, let's hear a sultry voice. Man, Colt could have joined if he wanted to. He has access to the Discord server if he wanted to join.
I'm gonna
When will Xbox release Game Pass numbers? And 30 million. When they hit a number that they want to give, I guess. I think they're at 30 million now, maybe.
I think they'll see a boost in Game Pass this December because of the Ninja Fortnite thing, probably, and also because of the Riot angle with PC Game Pass. It makes you wonder how many of those users will go straight to Game Pass Ultimate. Microsoft did tell me once that most people attach straight to Game Pass Ultimate, But at the same time, if you're a PC gamer and you're just in it specifically for the Riot deal, yeah, I guess it sort of begs the question, the Riot deal is really interesting to me, Rand, because I'm wondering, like, why the hell doesn't Riot just offer this themselves? Why doesn't Riot make a Riot Pass cost exactly the same, take all of the money? Like, Xbox must be paying a
they're probably paying a big thing, because I think they feel that Xbox might bring in another audience that they haven't reached, because I think they probably feel they've reached as many people as they can reach. And Xbox comes in here willing to drop a bag for something, and they must feel that maybe Game Pass is more console orientated, that they might be able to bring a bunch of console players who have Ultimate, who really haven't played Valorant or any of these other games, into their ecosystem to play that stuff, right? Or just a new audience in general. Or it's just like, Riot's just like, Microsoft came with the bag and they were just like, yeah, that sounds good. You know what I mean? And if we do get new players, then that's all great for us, because we're already making money hand over fist. So it's just a win-win for us. We get a whole bunch of money and the potential to expand our audience with new players. Great for us. Let's see what else here. We got...
Just to finish that off, like, I do wonder, like, will Riot pull the plug and just be like, okay, we'll do our own service now? And then Xbox just loses that whole...
I would imagine there'd be strong ironclad agreements in that thing for doing it. So...
Yeah, I just mean, like, when the deal expires, like, how long is the deal for?
I mean, who knows? I mean, we thought EA Play, how long has EA Play been in Game Pass Ultimate now? Quite some time, right?
Forever, yeah.
Yeah, so I would imagine something like this is probably at least 2 years long, right? Maybe even longer. It's probably a lengthy contract. I don't know. We'll see. Ham Solo with the Super Chat says, Xbox is so damn hot and cold that it's annoying. Yeah, it very well can be. Sometimes they're on fire and sometimes they're as cold as ice. And most of the time this year, they're as cold as ice.
Consistency, man.
Yeah, it's consistency.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, and that's what Xbox lacks right now.
Jimmy Yandel says, what's your thoughts on the PlayStation 4 outselling Xbox Series X and S in Japan? Does that hurt them trying to get games multi-platform or exclusive? I mean, it's to be expected, right? I don't think... On the PS4, though? I mean, I don't really expect much out of Xbox in Japan, really. Does it hurt them trying to get games multi-platform or exclusive? It probably hurts them getting them exclusive. I just don't really see Japanese developers making exclusive Xbox games unless Xbox owns them or funds the project on a more global scale. But Xbox is doing a lot better getting them multi-platform. And I think it mainly becomes down to, like, I think Xbox is maybe footing the bill, or some of these Japanese publishers are seeing, like, maybe more audience engagement for some of their games because they're in Game Pass. Like, Persona 5 seemed to have done really well in Game Pass. And so it's like one of those things where there's this kind of situation with Xbox where everybody says Japanese games don't sell and nobody plays them. And then, like, the Japanese publishers and developers don't put those games on Xbox, so nobody plays them, and then everybody's like, oh, well, see, it's true. But it's more like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because you have to spend the time and money to build that audience. And yeah, I understand those audiences are already on PlayStation and Nintendo, but Xbox clearly needs to build that audience. And it looks like they're trying to do that. And it's just something they have to do, consistently year over year over year over year until there's, like, fans of the genre on the platform. But I think I've said that before, though. Leaky Hum says, StarCraft, Crash, Spyro, old, new IP should go exclusive. I mean, I agree with you. Jez wants to be fair, but I'm all about, nope. You need to do what's best for your business. DS Omen says, on the bright side, if Microsoft first-party output is bad, then Microsoft generally makes sure that the Game Pass output makes up for it, so we have that at least. I'm Gonna Crumb says, Sony really poking the bear that is Microsoft? Yeah, Phil basically was like, Sony's out here, like, talking to regulators more than they're talking to us, or whatever he said on that podcast, being like, shots fired, bro. Jeez. LibreX says it's odd to see Sony burn bridges when surely they would want their 10 games as a service games in dev to also launch on Xbox to make them as much money as possible. I don't think those games will launch on Xbox. Just like I don't think Xbox's games as a service will launch on PlayStation. Sure, they'll be on PC, and probably day one on PC, but I don't see Sony's games as a service games being on Xbox. I mean, Jez, do you? Do people really think this?
What was the question again? Sorry.
That Sony, like the super chat was basically, it's odd to see Sony burn bridges when surely they would want their 10 games as a service games in dev to also launch on Xbox to make as much money as possible. I said, I don't think Sony's putting their games on Xbox.
Yeah. So Sony's entire business model revolves around making their platform desirable. You know, Microsoft has more room to be a little bit more agnostic about the platform, which is why they went so aggressively towards Windows and they want to go towards mobile. Is because they're applying the subscription model that they developed for Microsoft Office to everything. You know, it's this idea that you go to consumers where they are, because in an era where, you know, user acquisition is so expensive. You know, it is so expensive. Why not just go where they are? You know, why not give them games straight on their TV? Why not give them games straight on whatever they've already got in their pocket, you know? So, but Sony doesn't have that luxury, because I think Sony, like, doesn't have the infrastructure, for one thing, to do that. And second of all, the business model they've got works really well for them right now. But, you know, I think, like, Sony's gonna, you know, I don't know, man. So it could come back to bite them in the ass, but like Sony's also finding new revenue streams. They've made a huge bet on VR, which I think is going to, you know, be the wrong bet ultimately. But they're also betting big on acquiring new users through Hollywood, basically TV and stuff like that.
Yeah,
which ironically Xbox tried to do back in 2012, 2013, right, and failed. But it seems like Sony's executing that vision a lot better than Microsoft is, for whatever reason. And I think that's how Sony can reach new audiences as well. I don't know, at least they're evolving in the way they can. But yeah, I don't see Sony putting games on Xbox just because it just does. They don't need to. You know.
Yeah. No, I just
PC is enough. PC is enough.
Yeah, I don't expect them to put their games as a service on Xbox. Old Taco says, wasn't able to watch live, but I can send this in before going back to work. Well, thank you for your support, Old Taco. It means a lot. Rick Gaffney, what's up, buddy? He says, thanks for the podcast tonight. Really appreciate it. Best podcast out there. Plus, more photos of Shakespeare. I'll do my best with more photos of Shakespeare. I will do my best. I'll try to take some more. The one and only Gaz, the master of the sauce, says, touch me, Rand. I'll touch you as much as you want. I'll touch you, Gaz. We need to get Gaz on for Xbox 2+1. Yaz, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
We need to.
Yeah, Gaz is on the list.
We need to just get him in here on just a regular show too, outside of Xbox 2+1. You know, get the sauce up in here. Silver Joystick says, what does Microsoft do if the acquisition doesn't go through? What's their next steps? What does the strategy look like? I mean, I sort of talked about that. I feel they would go look at a mobile publisher or mobile developer. Try to get some PC developers, because I mean they've signaled that mobile was really important to them, and that was the reason for the deal in the first place. So like I think that's the strategy. Other than that, I don't know, because I sort of feel like, I know people like to say, oh well, they had the $70 billion, will just Xbox be able to spend that. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think all of the deal doesn't go through and now Phil's got $70 billion to spend. I think it's more like, okay, you can go look at like your second alternatives, and then we'll see. I think it was like $70 billion is okay because Activision was such a great opportunity at the time, and it covered so many of the bases that Xbox was looking for that it made it a no-brainer. But then, like, what other publisher or whatever is out there that would be such a no-brainer? Especially after, if you get shut down from Activision Blizzard, does that make you cautious to try again? Like, okay, do we want to go after Take-Two to get Grand Theft Auto, and also because Take-Two's got a mobile presence with Zynga? But then, like, would Sony pitch a fit then too? And, like, would regulators just try to shut it down? Like, I don't know how that all plays out. But we have to wait and see how this one goes. What happens with this one? First off, anyways, GS Rich says, any news on Minecraft update for current gen Xbox? No news, as far as I know. Do you know any news, Jez?
For what? Sorry.
Any news
on Xbox?
Any news on Minecraft? Minecraft update for Series X or S?
Yeah. No, nothing.
Nothing.
And that's another thing. That is the biggest modern tragedy of Xbox, is that their flagship legendary franchise is so pathetic on Xbox Series S and X.
Mm-hmm.
It's criminal. It's like, what the hell? You own the world's biggest franchise. Look at what Fortnite has done with Fortnite's update.
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite has updated recently and added like a bunch of new Unreal Engine 5 features, and it looks amazing and stunning. Why can't Microsoft do that for Minecraft? There's no excuse. In fact, I'm going to write about that next week.
You should.
Watch out, Microsoft. We're in critical.
And if you're listening to this, SubZX, you're in Jez's radars next, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. What else we got here? Nate says people aren't underestimating how inept Xbox under Phil is actually getting actual games made. Maybe they really had no trailers. I mean, there is that perception that Xbox has a leadership problem when it comes to making games, mainly based on the fact of what happened to 343 with Halo. Although a lot of people are coming around on Halo. They released these last two updates and people are really happy with it. Maybe they're on the right path. The stuff that went on at the Initiative, the stuff that was going on at Undead Labs. I think it's too much to say that like they're inept. I think just whatever. I really do think it's just mainly because they're saving this stuff for their own show. And if that happens, then it makes a lot of sense, right? Oh, well, we're not the Game Awards because we have our own show to do. But if they don't do their own show, well, then, who knows? But the future will make everything clear. Giggity says, I hope Microsoft outbids Sony for Square Enix. That would be funny if they did. They'd probably get blocked for buying that too. LeBurn says, IDOS and ERA, quote, in Phase 2, the CMA are less interested in earlier concerns that Microsoft would leverage wider software and cloud to stifle competition. Eye emoji. Yeah, so IDOS has been the one kind of relaying a lot of the stuff. So he says in Phase 2, which is what they're in now, the CMA are less interested in earlier concerns that Microsoft would leverage wider software and cloud to stifle competition. So that sounds like that's better for Microsoft, right? Because those two were some of their concerns.
I've heard the talks with CMA going well, but you don't know, do you? You don't know. You don't know. I mean, we'll find out sometime next year, or who knows? Maybe things will leak. So, yeah. Back to the Patreon questions. Thank you to everybody on Patreon. We got a whole bunch of these. You guys are the best. Patreon.com/XP2 if you want to join. I think we're gonna do Xbox Ultimate next week, right, Jez? On Tuesday, I think we're gonna do it. Yeah, we need to pick a guest.
Well, no, we're doing Xbox 2+1 next week. I thought we were just gonna do me and you.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, go on then.
Because we gotta do. I mean, we can do 2+1 next week if you want, or we could do Ultimate later on in the month. It's up to you how you want to do it. Well, I guess we'll figure it out.
We could do Xbox Ultimate next week, and then we could go to maybe we could do like a Christmas Xbox 2 plus special and get like a bunch of people on.
Yeah, we could. So, let's see. We got Tom Legg says, obvious question that will be talked about whether I ask it or not. Why does the FTC want to protect Sony's market leader position so badly? I don't think it's about them protecting Sony's market leader position. I think it's about them looking like they're doing something against big tech. I think that's strictly it. And Microsoft is big tech, and with Lena Khan or whatever her name, and the FTC and their goal of all this stuff, and it's not about protecting Sony. It's about looking strong. It's about trying to send a message, even though the message isn't going to go very far because it would lose in court. I don't think the FTC is protecting Sony. It's more Microsoft's under the umbrella of that whole big tech thing, and they want to be firm against big tech. I think that's it, really. And I think Jez agrees with me on that one.
Yeah.
Omen says, apologies for the topic. Regardless of the outcome of ABK, what do you think are the long-term implications of the industry's relationship with Sony? For example, do you think the relationships between Sony and Valve, EA and Activision, Nintendo and Microsoft are sour due to the statements publicly said? What about Activision? Will Sony even want to continue to market Call of Duty if the deal falls apart? Yeah, I've seen a lot of this too, that Sony's burning bridges with EA because they said something about Battlefield, or about Nintendo because they said everybody on the Switch is a baby, essentially, right? And that, what about Activision? If the deal falls through, would Activision even want to deal with Sony? I don't think it would. I think money solves a lot of problems. I don't think maybe privately EA would be like, well, just screw you for talking bad about Battlefield. But then they might be like, yeah, Battlefield 2042 really didn't set the world on fire. So I think they'd be able to smooth that over. I think the biggest issue would probably be with Activision, because the Activision and their shareholders would be like, you intentionally screwed us. So I could see a scenario where like Xbox gets the marketing deal for Call of Duty back, but then if that happens, then PlayStation would have won because they got exactly what they wanted, which would be the deal blocked. So it wouldn't matter that Xbox got the marketing deal because PlayStation had a hand in getting Xbox to not own Call of Duty, and that's more important to them. So that's the only one that I think that their relationship would be soured would be with Activision. But at that point, maybe Call of Duty's on decline. Like they're going to like it seems like every other year release, and maybe maybe that isn't. Maybe that could bring on like the eventual downfall of Call of Duty. I don't know, but as for everybody else, I don't think there'll be bad blood. I don't think EA is like suddenly gonna be like screw you, Sony. But Activision, there might be some.
I mean, for sure though, when they actually do they do move it to a 2-year cycle, that's going to impact their share price and shit because it makes so much money every year, year in, year out.
Yeah, and I wonder if they decided to do that because they thought the deal will go through, and if it doesn't go through, would they have to change? Right.
I think they will have to change.
Yeah.
I think they will change,
Yeah. Elijah Vasquez says, I know Microsoft must be busy with legal matters, but what is up with the dashboard? In the preview ring, week after week, Xbox has received large amounts of feedback regarding to how intrusive, stripped of features, and just plain bad the dashboard is at the moment. Despite asking for feedback every week, little has changed at this point to improve its design. The past few updates have been just minor fixes for the same 2 bugs that aren't even common. Just hoping to shed some light on this. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't know any of this. I mean, I have the preview update, and it really hasn't changed much outside of them putting the pins and stuff back in. So,
do you have anything to add? It does feel a bit like everything is sluggish.
Yeah.
Dashboard updates are sluggish. Game delivery is sluggish. Marketing sluggish. Everything's sluggish. And before we could be like, well, it's a pandemic. But what's the excuse now? It's sluggish, man. Everything is sluggish. Maybe they've secretly laid everyone off and we didn't even know about it.
I doubt that. Yeah, I feel on the dashboard. But I mean, it's not supposed to. I mean, I think they got most of next year to fix a lot of it or make some tweaks, and I'm interested in seeing what sort of tweaks they do because, yeah, the people I'm sure the feedback they're getting are like, "Yo, make things smaller," and Xbox, and they're like, "We can't." I don't know. Ryan Kipple says, with the announcement of the March 16th release date for Star Wars Jedi Survivor, what new elements would you like to see in this game that could help it build on its predecessors? Well, 60 frames would be a great start. Okay. Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Is it not going to be 60 frames of this?
I would imagine. I mean, I would think it is. I would say, well, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order wasn't. When it came out, it was 30.
But it's 60 now, isn't it?
It's 60 now. Well, he says at launch. I said 60 frames from the very beginning is a big thing to me.
Oh, from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to finish that game.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Jez needs to finish the game. What do you know? Surprise, surprise.
I didn't even get that far in it. Where did I get to? I think I got to I think I just started the Wookiee planet. How far in am I? If I'm at the Wookiees, Kashyyyk. How far? How
well,
far
it
in?
depends because I think you can pick and choose what planets you can go to after the first planet. I think.
Right. Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Oh man. I can't really comment to that. I mean, you're the expert. You'll have to comment. Oh, actually, there is one thing. Dismemberment.
Dismemberment.
How you gonna? Yeah. How you gonna tell me you cut a stormtrooper with a bloody laser sword and his arms don't fall off?
No, you're
What
right.
the hell-
Dismemberment would be cool, but it's a Disney game. They're not going to have dismemberment.
But
here's one.
Here's
one. This was a big problem for me.
Right.
Jedi Fallen Order needed a fast travel system. Because backtracking and going back through maps you already explored was painful. So I would love to see them having some sort of fast travel system to get around really quickly and back to areas you've already explored. Because that's one of the reasons why I didn't get all the achievements in the game, because I just couldn't be asked going back through areas I already explored. Because it just was awful. It was just awful to do. More force abilities would be nice, or different kind of force abilities, or different types of lightsaber attacks. Maybe even plays a different another. Well, I would say plays another character, but I just a better experience. All I'm really looking for is just them to take the next step. Like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order was a great first game. And it's now it's time to make that jump into an even better one. And there's things they can do. And starting at 60 frames is going to be great. I personally can't wait to play it. It's going to be so good. March can't get here soon enough. And then the following week is Resident Evil 4. Achievement.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah. Achievement, which we missed last week, says, I would really like my question answered to skip this past week. We did. And he... Damn, where is this question? I thought I did clip it. No, I'm pretty sure.
Oh
I
my
did.
god, Rand.
What?
What are you doing? Can you not gift games on the Nintendo Switch?
Okay, here's the question from last week. Do you think Xbox influenced Certain Affinity's choice to drop the Transformers MMO to focus on Halo and Project Swarte? I know Microsoft hates licensed content. Now, that's actually more relevant this week than last week, because the Transformers game was revealed at the Game Awards for Splash Damage, and unless I'm thinking of something differently, it was Certain Affinity was doing the Transformers game, and then the Transformers game is now being done by Splash Damage, and I think that's the one that was shown at the Game Awards. I'm pretty sure that was Splash Damage Games. I don't think Xbox would have influenced them, because I think it's probably more that the license holder probably didn't like what they saw. Very much similar to probably what happened with Sony, Disney, and whoever, I forget at the top of my head right now, who was making the Knights of the Republic remake. Because they showed
the Transformers game we're talking about now?
Yeah, the Transformers game.
Has it been confirmed to have been cancelled?
No, not canceled. Apparently moved. Certain Affinity was making it, and now Splash Damage is making it, right?
Yeah, okay. I could dig into that, because I've got I know some. There's a Transformers blogging community that are very interested in this game, and I've had a few.
Well,
I had a couple of emails
Achievements question is very topical, because we know that Certain Affinity is working on Project Swarte with Xbox and doing the Battle Royale with Xbox. I think it doesn't have anything to do with Xbox's pressure. I think it's more to do with Hasbro or whoever is the license holder not liking what they saw. very much how Sony and Disney didn't like what they saw from Asper for Knights of the Republic, and they moved it to a different developer. I think that's probably the more likeliest candidate, is that like they're like, nope, we gave you time, we don't like it, we're giving it to somebody else. I think is the case on that one. Although I like for you to be right, because I think Xbox needs to acquire Certain Affinity ASAP.
Desperately.
Yeah. Bright Tundra says, I don't really care much about the ABK drama, so let's lighten the questions up. With the release of Warzone 2, do you guys think there's another Battle Royale or MMO that needs a sequel? Or do you think the idea of sequels to games are silly altogether? I think the idea...
Sorry, go on.
I would say I think the idea of sequels to games as a service are kind of silly in general. I think Warzone 2 makes sense because I don't think they planned on that to be big. I think it was just kind of like this game became massive despite what our plans were for it, because they did Blackout, and then Blackout was tied to Black Ops 4 or whatever game that was, and it was fairly popular, but it wasn't that popular. And then it was like, all right, well, here's Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and also we have Warzone, which is free to play because Apex Legends and all these Fortnite and stuff, and then Warzone just blew up and became like the de facto Call of Duty thing. And I think it was just they weren't prepared for that. So it was like, oh damn, well, we have a new gen coming and we need to do all these fixes, so let's just make a sequel. Where stuff like Fortnite and Apex Legends and like Rainbow Six were kind of, I don't know, I'm not saying even Rainbow Six was built this way, but it just makes more sense just to like bring everybody along rather than like stopping and then starting over and doing it fresh. So I don't really think there's a Battle Royale or an MMO. I guess World of Warcraft 2, maybe that needs to be a thing. Since you said MMO, World of Warcraft 2 with current gen graphics.
We don't need a. We actually don't need a Warcraft 2.
We do. We do need a Warcraft.
Blizzard proved in this expansion that they don't need a Warcraft 2.
Well, the expansion that you didn't even play for the gameplay, so I couldn't even see if it was any good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I hadn't played it since we did the vote, but I have already sunk like 20 hours into it. But they added like physics and ray tracing and all kinds of stuff to this update, So I don't think they need to do a Warcraft 2 because I think it would lose the cool things about Warcraft. But when it comes to sequels of service games, it is weird. People often say like, should they make a Minecraft 2? Is the engine the reason why we can't have updates to the the Xbox and stuff? But I think the reason we don't have any serious work on the Minecraft version for Xbox is because Mojang operates so separately from Xbox, frustratingly so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the Mojang devs, like that's got to be like the cushiest game dev studio in the world. They don't release that many big updates for the game. The game's pretty simple, and some of the mods that people make, as solo devs, often come with more stuff than the things that Mojang themselves are making. I think there's no excuse at this point that we don't have ray tracing and shaders on the Xbox Series X version. I think it's just a point of like them having it just so damn easy, to be honest. But there are situations where I think like maybe you could justify a sequel. Sometimes I do wonder like what would a Warcraft sequel look like. But increasingly I just don't think it needs to happen. Warcraft in its current incarnation, just as an example, is number 3 on Twitch right now. Number 3 most viewed game on Twitch, beating everything, and the season hasn't even started yet. We're still in the preseason, so that kind of proves that some games just don't need sequels. I don't think Overwatch needed a sequel. That was
No.
a case of Bobby Kotick wanting to have his cake and eat it. You know, he wanted something that he could slap a number on, so he could stick it at retail. You know, but yeah, I don't know.
No, you're right.
I do like sequels generally, though. I like for existing franchises that I'm invested in. I love sequels. I often say like, "Oh, I'm sick of sequels. I want to see a new game," but I'm like, nah. I want like Gears 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. I want Resident Evil 9, 10, 11, 12. Inject that shit into my veins. I get invested in universe and franchises. I want new stuff too, but like I want to see universes that I'm interested in that still have potential get sidelined. I don't know. There are some games that are kind of like don't make sense for a sequel, I guess, sometimes. But yeah, if they've already started having sequels and they're set in a big fantasy world, God knows what they can do. I don't know.
I'm gonna Crumb says, I'd like to know what's more likely. Xbox didn't show up because ABK, or they didn't show up because they got a little something cooking for us in Q1. Or even E3 and XO event in Q1 is even likely. Edit, I wrote this 10 minutes before Aaron Greenberg tweet stating we won't have too long to wait to see what's next. Does that help my later point? I believe it does. I believe it does help your later point. I do think Xbox will show something in January, maybe February at the latest, for some sort of showcase where they can show a trailer for Redfall and Starfield and whatever else and be like, here's when Starfield's releasing and here's when Redfall's releasing and here's when Minecraft Legends is releasing and, that sort of stuff.
Good prediction, Rand.
I mean, it's not a prediction, Jez. It was just said this is the only way skipping the Game Awards makes sense to me, is that they're doing something on their own.
Good prediction by implication, right?
Oh, okay. Fair. Whatever, Jez. Whatever, Jez. You agreed with me because you wrote an article apparently saying somewhat the same thing, right?
I said I'd heard they were going to do a show.
We'll see. You heard it. So, Jez doesn't miss, guys. So.
Yeah.
CJ says, sorry if you already answered this in the podcast. With the FTC's decision to sue Microsoft, do you expect the EU Commission and the CMA to just hold off and wait to see how it turns out in court, or do you see them taking similar action at the same time? Have a great weekend. I mean, I think they set their own deadlines, so they're definitely going to, come out with their own findings. I don't know if the FTC's findings would impact the EU or the CMA. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe all three will decide to block it. In that case, what does Microsoft do? I don't know.
Cry.
Cry, probably. Jez will cry because he's going to be like, Kotick's back. No. Blizzard, no. So.
I don't know, man. Blizzard's been doing pretty all right lately.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Diablo 4 does look pretty damn sick. Right?
Yeah. I was pretty mad at Kotick for the quality of the games, but now honestly the Warcraft's doing really well, Overwatch is doing well, and people are mad at the monetization, but it's still really fun to play. Diablo 4 looks amazing. Diablo 2 remake was amazing. So the game stuff, they've sort of turned it around on. The issue now I've got is that Kotick's an asshole, and he doesn't deserve to be running a company that presided over so much trouble. But yeah, that's another discussion. I guess.
Yeah. Sean Kramer says, "What is Bill Clinton hiding, Jez?"
I was gonna make a Jeffrey Epstein joke, but I thought that'd get us demonetized. Oh man, it's got Jeffrey Epstein's body in a freezer somewhere. I don't know. God. Oh dear.
What is Bill Clinton hiding? I can't believe that. I can't believe that kid walked on stage with everybody from, Miyazaki and From Software, and they made room for him to speak. Didn't anybody be like, "Who the hell are you?" I can't believe that happened.
Yeah. For those who don't know what the hell we're talking about. At the Game Awards, when Elden Ring's award was presented, a random kid. He must have been like what, 14 maybe, 13. Looked really young. Random kid in a coat, a big overcoat, ran on stage and started talking about Bill Clinton into the microphone. Very, very strange. But yeah, it's certainly a meme now. And the kid got arrested. So God knows, if that was worth it. Criminal record in exchange for becoming a meme. Amit Kumar says, "I'm dead that nobody actually stopped that kid." Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's going to trigger a security review for sure.
Yeah.
In today's times.
Let's see what else here. We got lots more questions actually. Jeez, let me find them. Let's see. Open the link here. Bring it open. Eddie says, with Xbox raising game prices last week following PlayStation, who already did it, I know PlayStation pricing has been out of scale in different countries, like Returnal released at $70 in the US, but also released at $70 in the UK, which is currently $85 equivalent, but at the same time was over $90. Nick also commented on this with him being charged a lot more kangaroo dollars when exchange rates are compared. Yeah, those damn kangaroo dollars. So why do you think this is? Is it because the US tax isn't included, or do they think anyone outside of America is just a mug? Like the console price increase, and do you think Xbox will do the same? Doesn't it have to do with like conversion pricing and stuff like that, right? Or I don't really know much about this.
It's to do with purchasing power.
Purchasing power, okay.
Well, this is what they say. They say purchasing power, but it's purchasing power multiplied or divided by greed, I guess. I'm not a mathematician, but they say purchasing power, but part of it's greed. It's like, for example, a pint of beer in London is like 10 quid now or something ridiculous. But like you go up the M6 to the next city and it's like half the price. So it's because the assumption is that everyone in London is mega rich because they got high flying jobs and shit like that. So they adjust the prices based on the local purchasing power. Increasingly, they're using AI to determine this as well, which is very scary because the AI will just look at the richest asshole in the area. So, like, say for example, you live in a nice little village somewhere, and then some billionaire guy moves in. He'll like raise the purchasing power average of the area, and then an AI will determine that all your food prices have to go up, or your rent price will have to go up, stuff like that. It's very, very interesting the way they're factoring in purchasing power into all this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I was shocked, Rand, that where I live in South Germany, a bunch of bananas costs like 4 quid, which is a lot of money in Jez's world.
4 quid.
Oh, okay, well, no. 4 quid.
I just couldn't imagine if like I was I was in like Australia and I had to pay a bunch of like kangaroo bucks to play games and it was like $100, or even Canada where the games are even way more expensive. Like, I don't know, bro. Like some of these expenditures I'd have to cut back on because like I bought Gotham Knights for $70, but if like if I was in Canada and had to spend like $90 on Gotham Knights, I'd be like, absolutely not. Or like $120 in kangaroo dollars or didgeridoo dollars that Nick has to. But then Nick doesn't really even play games very much. So, he just kind of plays Rocket League and stuff. So, like, I don't know. That would probably prevent me from buying a lot, at least games that I was on the fence about, right? Where I'm just like, I don't know. This seems way too expensive. But then again, it's also the FOMO of playing it at launch. If you wait, things will be cheaper and you probably get a better version too. But nobody really wants to wait because everybody wants to play it immediately because, spoilers or wanting to be a part of the conversation and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you for your question, Eddie. James Moore says, why doesn't Xbox release games on the Epic Game Store if they have a good relationship with Epic? Yeah, Jez, you know anything about this?
That is an epic question.
Epic question. Pun intended.
I think it's a case of pure economics.
Really? Okay.
I think it's a case of pure economics. I think they probably just think, well, there's not enough people there Epic Games wants its games, if Epic Games wants our games, they can pay for it. You know, do us a deal, stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's a case of that. I think maybe Epic Games is like, well, we don't want to pay for it because your games aren't that good, and Microsoft's kind of like, well, we don't want to do it because your store isn't that good. So that's basically probably what it is.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Clarence Boddicker says, so after watching the Game Awards last night, I could have been deflated as an Xbox fan. Personally, I'm kind of done with the whole Activision business and wish it would just go away at this point, as I feel it is massively derailing Xbox's gen after a really good start. We've had a really bad last 12 months first party wise, and just at one of the biggest end of the year shows, Xbox is nowhere to be seen, due to, if the rumors are right, the ABK deal. I feel it's starting to have a negative effect on the brand as a whole. How much longer can this go on for? I guess as long as it needs to, or as long as Xbox is willing to fight for it, I suppose. As I'm led to believe, if this goes all the way to the court, could be years if Microsoft fights it all the way. I'd be happy to pay $70 a year for COD, with Xbox doing a marketing deal and Xbox putting their efforts in the many studios they already have, which we are still yet to see the fruits of. Again, we're being told the games are coming, yet we know nothing still. I left the awards wanting a PS5 for the first time after seeing Death Stranding 2 and the new Final Fantasy. Where is the Xbox system seller? If it wasn't for Game Pass this gen, Xbox would be in the gutter, and it pains me to say. Damn, that is very harsh. But hey, you're entitled to how you feel, Clarence. I know a lot of people kind of feel the same. What is Xbox's system seller? I hate to say this, but it's Game Pass, clearly. Game Pass is what sells the system. Xbox and PlayStations have a different, they have a different business model. The games sell the PlayStation, the service sells the Xbox, and I know people don't want it to be that, but that's honestly the case, at least for now. Maybe it's different in a couple years when all the games are out. But I get this idea of like I'm through waiting, I'm done. Xbox hasn't shown me anything. Like, you're totally entitled to how you feel about all this, and don't let anybody tell you that you're wrong or that you're that you shouldn't feel that way or whatever. It's like, there are definitely some people out there that don't want any criticism of Xbox, or if you feel that they've let you down, then you're not a true fan or whatever, because true fans would always have their back. Like the true fans that wanted Xbox to charge $120 for Xbox Live Gold or what have you, and to keep the free to play games under a paywall and stuff like that. The ABK thing has kind of been very much pervasive throughout the whole year, and now it's kind of like gotten worse. A lot of infighting. I don't believe the rumors that they didn't show anything because of that. I think it's because they have their own show coming soon. I don't know. I mean, that's really not necessarily much of a question, but it's more, but like, it just, Clarence just feeling a certain way. What is the Xbox system seller? It's Game Pass. I think it's pretty apparent at this point. That's what it is, And maybe that changes in the future.
That needs to change.
Yeah, maybe that changes in the future. Let's see what other questions we got from the lovely.
Rand.
What?
Rand, I need to take a victory lap.
Okay, take a victory lap. Go ahead.
I leaked Diablo 4, right?
Yes.
That it was going to be at the Game Awards.
Yes.
I leaked that it was going to launch in April, but then it got pushed back to June, and I got that right too. I leaked that pre-ordering will get you early access to beta. Got that right too. And you know what else I got right?
What?
That I was really not sure about?
Oh.
That the collector's edition had a candle. And it just came out that the collector's edition indeed has a candle.
Indeed.
Right,
but do you remember who also was right?
No.
When I told you that I had heard it was coming in June, and I told you about it, and I said, hey, a buddy of mine tipped me off that Diablo's coming in June.
Oh yeah, but I didn't believe you, so I had to go and find my own source.
You didn't believe me? What do you mean? How could you not believe me?
You said Starfield would launch in 2020, bro.
No. I said people were telling me it was coming in 2020. I didn't believe it.
Oh, right. Well, exactly. People told you that Diablo is launching in June. So,
Usually people tell me stuff and they end up being right most of the time. Sometimes they're
What
wrong.
did, yeah.
Hmm.
Did anyone tell you GoldenEye was going to be at the Game Awards?
I think Nick did. And Nick's saying Nick's saying it was there, by the way, because it was in one of the Nintendo ads, I guess,
Oh,
for
right.
like a brief
Okay.
5 seconds or something. But still, no release date for that game because who cares?
man.
Everybody's gonna load up GoldenEye and delete it after 10 minutes. Let's see. We got a
man.
question here from Silas who says, "I just read your op-ed on Xbox, Jez, and I couldn't agree more. You had mentioned contractors possibly being an issue, but is there something more systematic going on with first party at a senior leadership level? Are they giving studios too much leeway in development? Are projects getting rebooted because they aren't coming together as planned? It's just bizarre with all these studios, including ones that haven't delivered a game in quite some time, like Compulsion, id, Coalition, etc. There's nothing to show. I know that Xbox leadership has a presence on social media, so they must understand the frustration." So there you go, Jez. Is there something more systematic going on at senior leadership level? Are they giving their studios too much leeway? Should they crack the whip more? Are projects getting rebooted because they aren't coming together as planned? So there you go, Jez. You got a lot of questions.
This is a complex topic because, a lot of it's speculative. At the end of the day, the only thing we've got to go on really is secondhand, maybe anecdotal evidence here and there about what's going on at Xbox. And then also I guess the results. What's the proof in the pudding? What is the proof? And we haven't had a lot of pudding, There's not a lot of proof and there's not a lot of pudding. In fact, I'd say the Xbox is pretty bereft of pudding at the moment. We need a lot more pudding to prove that there isn't incompetence at the minute. The era of blaming the pandemic is over. Phil himself said that. We're exiting the pandemic era or whatever. And yeah, that's it. No more excuses, Next year has to be a solid year, I know Microsoft was uniquely impacted by COVID. Big corporation. I work for a corporation, and I know corporations, they often don't move fast enough, And when you're in a big corporation, you've got loads of stupid rules because loads of people, only have jobs for internal political reasons. Like they've been there for a million years and they've got a lot of clout and they're practically unfireable. We all had that opinion about Bonnie Ross, that she was practically unfireable, right? I see it in my own corporation where they're making poor decisions based on the fact that, no one will listen, whereas like smaller, more nimble companies can come in and be really disruptive. Look at the way Discord as a startup came in and ate Skype's lunch. Skype was huge. It was huge and established, and Microsoft bought it for billions of dollars. And then Discord came, they moved faster, they iterated, they added loads of features non-stop because they didn't have all this corporate baggage stopping them, slowing them down. Whereas Skype was just like slowly plodding along, integrating with Microsoft. And Microsoft was like, okay, we've got to get Skype on all of our systems. While Microsoft was focused on that bit, Discord was going off and making a better product. And that's kind of like, I think partially where Xbox is struggling right now, is sort of trying to be a nimble studio, but while also dealing with this awful corporate monster that is Microsoft's ridiculous rules and their IT policies and security policies and all this stuff that slows things down, And I see this in my own business where like I've lost half a day's work to an IT problem trying to sort something out for one of my writers, for example. And I work in a small company compared to Microsoft. So, I think that's part of it. They've become very big and unwieldy. And I think there probably is some truth to this idea that some people have become too comfortable. I certainly get that impression of Mojang now. And like I don't want to like throw Mojang under the bus and be really harsh and make another studio hate me. But I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Minecraft on Xbox Series S and X is not good enough. It is not good enough. You're telling me this $2 billion franchise that Microsoft purchased can't have a version that showcases the best of the Xbox Series X? You telling me that? There's no excuse. There is no excuse. I'm sorry. You are literally treating your customers like garbage. You will get paid a load of money, and Microsoft makes money hand over fist with the Minecraft brand. And you seriously can't give me shaders on Minecraft in the year of our Lord, 2022? Come on. Come on. That's my rant.
Good rant. Good rant.
Thanks, Rand. Rant.
We do have our poll, by the way, that I put up an hour ago with 760 votes. Do you feel that Xbox skipping the Game Awards was a slap in the face to Xbox fans, Jez? 44% said no. 56% said yes. So
split. Xbox fans are split.
Well, I mean, more people believe it was a slap in the face. So, yeah. Thank you guys for voting in the poll.
I feel slapped.
We got a question here from Nate Miller. I do have an actual question after the TGAs. Do you guys think the no-show on reveals was predetermined or based on ABK nonsense? They've been really quiet all year, so being quiet here isn't really a surprise to me. Thoughts? I think it was predetermined. I think I've said that quite a bit today. And then I think Jez also feels that it was predetermined. So, yes, there's that. And oh my god, Turtles says, can't believe I got time to watch the show live for once. Could the FTC taking Microsoft to court be a negative for Sony? If the FTC's main concern is content being kept exclusive to one ecosystem, and Microsoft makes the case that Sony does this frequently, which hampers their ability to compete, would this force the FTC to not only rule in Microsoft's favor, but also put greater scrutiny on Sony's practices? Thanks for the great weekly show, guys. I don't think it's going to put any scrutiny on Sony's practices. It seems like everybody's perfectly okay with how Sony basically buys up exclusivity for certain titles because simply they don't own the IP that goes along with it. That seems to be the major kind of thing where it's like owning the IP is it's like scale. It's like what Sony does is a small scale. What Xbox is trying to do with Activision Blizzard is like it's like a bigger thing. It's on the bigger scale. It's like Sony, at the end of the day, who's Final Fantasy is not an Xbox because of who? It's not because of Sony. It's because of Square Enix. Because Sony could offer all the money in the world to Square, and it's up to Square to say yes. At the end of the day, the final decision rests with Square, does it not? They're the ones who have to agree with all the terms of the language in the contract. If they didn't like anything, they could say remove this. Or if they don't like the contract at all, they could say no. It doesn't matter how much Sony puts out there, or how much money or whatever they put out in their contracts. If the signing party doesn't agree with anything, then they don't sign the contract. So I know people love to say, this is Sony's business. They got some pretty shitty business practices or whatever, and maybe there are. But it takes two to tango in this thing, right? So Square Enix is probably way more to blame for the Final Fantasy stuff than PlayStation is, because they're the final arbiter. It's their IP. They choose how it's to be treated, and I don't really think you'd have the FTC to kind of look over those deals. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think this is going to cause them to be like, oh, we need to look at these deals they're doing. So. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's like, if Sony was really illegally using their market share and they're forced to get those deals, maybe there's something to be said there. Maybe there's a can of worms to open. But I just don't really see that being a thing that the FTC or anybody else is really concerned about, honestly. Maybe that's disheartening, but I mean, that's just kind of my thoughts on it. I think we had a couple super chats that came in while we were answering the Patreon questions. So thank you guys for everybody, all the Patreons. You're amazing. You can join too at patreon.com/xb2. We got a super chat here from I'm Gonna Crumb, who says, if you love the platform, you have to be critical of it. Of course, you do have to be critical of it. Mike says FTC will lose in court, but this will take 5 years according to Hogue. It's an uphill battle for Microsoft. 5 years is a long time, Jez, if it really goes the length. If that's true, then I don't see Microsoft sticking with it, and I don't see Activision sticking with it for 5 years. Right? I don't know. Alex says, I hope Phil feels better. He looks sad. I hope the games they release will make him feel better. Oh, wait. I mean, Phil did look like very, very upset. I don't know. I don't know if it actually was, but Highlander says if the deals stop, I think the Activision stock crashes and a lot of employees will quit. Not sure. Sony is hurting the industry as a whole. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on too. So, man, big podcast today. Daniel Lawson says, if this falls through, does Microsoft start playing Sony's game on exclusive? Sony has to be thinking things will go back to status quo. I don't think they do. I don't think Xbox does. They're just not. They just don't do those sort of things. I know Jez wrote that article, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, to pull a Jez thing here, maybe I'll just qualify everything I say with I don't know. You know, maybe Microsoft's like, well, if that's the way we do business, that's the way we have to do business. I don't think they do that though. So. But I think that's the end of the show. 4-hour show. Hope everybody enjoyed it from the beginning where I was by my lonesome to Jez coming in here and us talking about the Game Awards and Xbox skipping it and the FTC stuff and everything that everybody, all the different topics that people super chatted in or the Patreons put in. So thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. We love you all. And we hope you have a amazing rest of the weekend. You got anything to say before we get out of here, Jez? Besides, look for some sort of Xbox 2 Ultimate or Xbox 2 Plus 1 next week. We'll be doing it for sure, whether we have a guest or whether it's solo.
Oh, actually.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Rand.
What?
Did you mean this Tuesday coming?
Yeah,
13th.
like the 13th. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do the 13th.
Okay.
Because I'm traveling the following Tuesday. I'm going back to Germany.
Okay.
But, we'll get some kind of show, probably a regular Xbox 2 Ultimate, I think, and then maybe do a big Christmassy kind of Xbox 2 Plus special later in the month. But yeah, drop code XB2 on Manscaped.com. Check out their new shower range, which is amazing. I've tested it thoroughly. And all the nooks and crannies, you know, so to check that it's okay for you guys, and it is most gentle on the sensitive parts. So I highly recommend that. Also, if you go to thexb2.com, we are Fame Hype partnered with us to sell cheaper Xbox Game Pass codes. If you want to extend your Game Pass subscription, there's also code XB2 on there for 10% off. There's also games on there and all kinds of stuff. Credit. Might make some good gifts by code and stuff like that. It's not available in all markets, but it's available in quite a few. What else? I think that's it. Thanks to everyone who supports us on Patreon or listens to the show here or on iTunes or on Google Podcasts or Spotify or wherever. We love all of you, no matter what shape and size you are. Thanks for checking out the Xbox 2 podcast. Honestly, Rand, I came into the show in a sort of depressed mood, but I'm going out of it with high spirits because everyone in the chat is so lovely, and it's always fun talking game with you, and everyone's so nice, and it kind of just reminds me that no matter how many people out there hate me, as long as we have our nice little community here, I'm happy.
Yep.
Raiden Blade said we missed a super chat from him.
I did.
Raiden, what was your super chat? We'll get Raiden. Let's get Raiden's Blades in super chat right in at the end. Right in at the end. Can you repeat it, mate? We'll get it in before we get out of here. What games are you going to play this weekend, Rand, if anything?
I'm going to try to get some Callisto Protocol in.
Have you started yet?
No, I guess I haven't played anything since Wednesday, bro. Nothing.
I think I'm going to play Warcraft, Rand. I'm going to shock you. I also did during the show. I bought Pokemon Scarlet because we need to give the people a vote on whether they want to see Pokemon gameplay next.
No. Northbound View says, "What's the likelihood of ABK deal passing?" I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still think it passes mainly because I think. I don't know. It all I think hinges on what the CMA and the European Commission does. Who am I looking for? Super Chat Jez? What's the guy? What's his name?
Raiden Blade.
Raiden Blade.
DEN Blade. He's a member. It might have been a membership message.
Oh, well, yeah, the membership message I think are lost. I don't see those. They don't like save
that's
them.
really good.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ryan. Ryan Blade, if you listen to this, send me a DM on Twitter and we'll get it on the next show. But thanks for that.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Is he still listening? If he's here, then
I don't know. I think we'll have to get out of it for that. But
yeah.
if you do listen, drop me a message on Twitter or something, or drop me an email and we'll get it sorted. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed. It's 2 a.m. and I'm gonna go and have sushi tomorrow.
All right. Have a good rest of the weekend, guys, and keep it gaming. Later.
Take care, everybody. Rock and roll.